All right, I think we're back. I can never just have a smooth stream, can I? Like it's just impossible to have a straight up stream that does what it's supposed to without any issues. This time it was my computer that locked up. Not sure why, but it makes me really nervous because, as I've mentioned before, it's really expensive. And then the random surges the other day don't fill me with joy. Does not spark joy. There's an ad coming up in a minute and a half. Before I went down, Pop Culture had mentioned something. That circles us back to the call for him to drop out, that he's considering it. At least that's what they say he's doing, because he said if a medical situation came up, he'd probably do it or do it whichever. So maybe the considering bit was about COVID. No, I am fairly certain that the Democratic Party electorate, like those who are elected in the party, are outright demanding that he steps down at this point. That is what I have been gleaning from the news that is discussing this. All right, so we're back. Okay, we got everybody back.
As an executive order. It was issued in the first days of his first administration, even before the Senate confirmed heads of the three departments were in place. He issued it to the temporary heads of those three departments. Those departments were State, War, and Treasury. And he simply asked them for their opinion on the state of the United States with regard to their areas of particular responsibility. And so he was asking his heads of his first departments to tell him what they thought was the state of the U.S. and what needed to be done so that he could potentially take action in the form of proposed legislation to Congress or what have you. So a classic example of an executive order, and he issued that his first month in office in April of 1789. Also, of course, Abraham Lincoln issued documents that were called proclamations, but were essentially executive orders, like the suspension of habeas corpus. Under the Constitution, it's really Congress that has authority to suspend habeas if there's an insurrection, for example. But President Lincoln took it upon himself to attempt to do that, or to do that, essentially declare martial law and set up military commissions during the Civil War in those areas that were under insurrection or were not complying with his orders and directions. And that was ratified by Congress later that year. They approved it by statute. President Lincoln also issued the Emancipation Proclamation. That was essentially...
I'm just going to let you know, if your link is ever from the New York Times or a major publisher like the Washington Post, it is always going to be covered by a paywall, and it will never work for stream. It'll never work. But you're right, that did make it seem as though he was more open to it.
Essentially a military order, but effectively a very famous executive order. Later, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, issued many, in fact, more executive orders than any other president, as you might expect, even more per year. He was very muscular in exercising presidential authority, and during World War II, during the Depression, etc. And of course, a very negative example of an executive order was the Japanese internment order. Ultimately,
whoa, that's some scary shit. Let's hear that again.
A very negative example of an executive order was the Japanese internment order. Ultimately, it was upheld during the war by the Supreme Court. Today, certainly would be struck down.
So the internment camps were also executive order authority level stuff, which the fact that that was even attempted and passed, like he said, it made it through the courts during World War II. Obviously, it would get struck down now. But the fact of the matter is that that's pretty damn concerning. That is pretty damn concerning that it was even allowed at all. Like that was somehow within the purview of an executive order, which kind of begs the question. Apparently, you can do anything in an executive order so long as the courts let you get away with it, or if you just gish gallop so many executive orders that people can't keep up with them. So that's certainly something to be aware of, certainly something to be concerned about, that executive powers, executive orders can be abused. Yeah, so there's that from July 17th. Yeah. Which
is unconstitutional.
Team Red and Blue have to be questioned about if their executive orders are with an intention to hurt whoever they disagree with. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Oversight, right? Accountability. There ain't much of it.
Obviously affecting the private rights of Japanese citizens, that would be challenged and today struck down as unconstitutional. President Truman issued important executive orders. He desegregated the armed forces through an executive order, exercising his authority as commander-in-chief and the executive officer.
It's also good to know that we can make managing the military through executive order is actually pretty awesome, because that seems to be well within the rights of the president to do whatever he sees fit with regards to the military. So fitness standards, the way resources get allocated, discrimination in the military, how training and promotion occurs, commissioning, all that fun stuff is all under the purview of executive order, which is really good to know. But I am going to write notes here that evidently FDR's internment camps were an extremely controversial EO. And then at 37 minutes, military changes can be implemented easily with EO.
The ranks within the military services. So that was done by executive order. Famously also during the Korean War, when there was a strike in the steel mills, President Truman issued an executive order directing the Secretary of Commerce to take control of those steel mills and ensure that they would continue to produce steel as needed for the war effort. Now that executive order was challenged in court. It went up to the Supreme Court, and that's an example of a ruling from a court, the Supreme Court ultimately, that declared that the president did not have authority to direct the Secretary of Commerce to take those actions. It exceeded the president's constitutional authority, and he did not have any authority by statute to take that kind of action. You'll notice that Supreme Court decision was Youngstown Steel and Tube versus Sawyer. It was not versus Truman. Charles Sawyer was the Secretary of Commerce. So it was directed at the Commerce Secretary, who was actually carrying out the orders of President Truman to seize the steel mills. And so this is consistent with the idea that when agencies act or agency heads take action, that action under the Administrative Procedure Act or other rules and traditions is subject to, often subject to direct review in courts and challenge in courts, particularly if it's affecting somebody's private rights and they have standing to sue in court and challenge that. And that's what happened.
How the hell did
Biden...
How did Biden's executive order to stop the railway strikers work then? That's ridiculous.
Examples. For example, during the Trump administration, President Trump made frequent use of his ability to issue executive orders to carry out his authority. And so, for example, he issued orders that effectuated his policies to pursue regulatory reform. So you may have heard of the executive orders that required that we cancel two regulatory
So the president doesn't have the authority except for when they do.
Every new major regulation we put in effect. And he directed every department and agency to carry out that 2-for-1 policy. Also, he required each regulatory agency, like the Department of Transportation where I served, to come up with a regulatory cost budget, which would be approved by OMB. These are efforts to ensure that all of the departments and agencies across the executive branch are coordinated and pursuing a common goal of minimizing regulatory costs, ensuring that regulations that are issued are really necessary.
Which is probably what's driving it, is that the donors aren't playing ball.
Branch and do not create any unreasonable or undue burden on the economy. This deregulatory effort was a huge part of what led to economic boom times during the Trump administration. The other major element of that being tax cuts. But regulatory reform and the deregulation emphasis was huge. That was done through executive orders from the president and then carried out and implemented in the regulatory and rulemaking actions of all the departments and agencies. Each of those rulemaking actions could be subject to challenge in court, and through those challenges sometimes, and actually there was an effort to challenge directly in court the president's executive orders, this idea of the 2-for-1 and the regulatory cost budget was upheld because agencies still have to carry out their rulemaking authorities consistent with their own statutes. And as long as they're doing that, they can act consistently with the president's directions in overarching executive orders like that. The president also used, by executive order, the Defense Production Act during the COVID pandemic to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to ensure that there was an adequate supply of meat and poultry for the country. You may remember that meat and poultry processing plants were closing down because of the pandemic. And so the president, using the Defense Production Act, directed the Secretary of Agriculture to ensure there would be priorities for government contracts for meat and poultry processing plants to stay open. That was done by executive order. Similarly, the president closed the borders because of the COVID pandemic and the concern that people infected with COVID could be coming over the borders into the U.S. And that was in the form of a proclamation, but looked a lot like an executive order with directions given to the Secretary of Homeland Security, for example. Now, President Biden has made even more robust use of executive orders, probably than President Trump. He's certainly on track to do that. Issued 48 in the first 100 days, again, using them as mouthpieces, as soapboxes, if you will, for PR purposes, but also really to put in motion.
Sorry, I'm not disregarding chat. I'm actually trying to pay attention to this because this guy is dry, very dry, but he hasn't actually been very partisan. He really hasn't been that partisan. To be fair, he bashes on Biden. Fine. But he is bringing up very valid criticisms of executive orders, but also highlighting that that times change as well with regards to executive orders. Like you said, with Reagan and the traffic controllers and Biden with the rail workers, obviously the president can do the thing that Harry S. Truman tried to do during the war. It just depends on the times, apparently, and the courts and Congress making it an issue. And of course, at that time, the unions were significantly stronger than they are now. So unions that are extremely weak are not going to be able to defend against an executive order that forces them to not be able to strike. So yeah, the guy goes to the RNC as a Teamster and union guy, argues the union stuff, says vote red, and then he squashed unions. Right, no, I mean, exactly. But this is almost done, and then we'll get into the current events.
A lot of his policy emphasis on climate change, on DEI, on environmental justice, racial equity, these are the policy priorities for the Biden administration, and you see those in his executive orders. And then he's directing his agency and department heads to carry out those policies, and they are doing it, I'm telling you, in a very active way. This is very regimented and organized across the executive branch to try to implement through guidance documents, rulemaking actions, departmental orders down within the layers of the executive branch, all of these Biden administration policies and goals. So the next conservative administration will have a big job to take a careful look at all of those and unwind a lot of those policies that are not consistent with a conservative approach to governing.
At the very end, at least.
That will be a huge job. That's one of the main reasons why Project 2025 is focusing so much in our Pillar 4 on creating detailed playbooks and plans for departments and agencies to implement the conservative policies that are set out in our Pillar 1 policy book, and the directives that the new conservative president, we can hope in 2025, will issue in the form of executive orders. So there's going to be a great amount of work for a new administration to do in this area. It's very important to understand what executive orders are, what they can do, what they cannot do, how they're used, and how they can be revoked, how everything that follows from them can be taken a second look at and unwound if necessary. So I invite you to consider how you might help in advancing the preparations and planning for that kind of effort, and potentially how you might serve in a new conservative administration to carry out those policies, and understanding how executive orders work can be an important part of that. So I hope this has been helpful in that regard, and thank you for your attention.
Not gonna lie, that was difficult to get through because he is extremely boring. But I'll be damned if that wasn't incredibly informative and eye-opening. The fact that FDR issued internment camps through executive orders is terrifying. And the fact that he got away with it is even scarier. And the fact that Truman tried to union bust and was held in check is fantastic, but the fact that Ronald Reagan and Joe Biden both got away with it is also disturbing, which just goes to show that executive orders are as strong or as weak as the administration allows them to be. Which, very interesting. Very interesting to say the least. Oh, good. The notes. We will add that to... And then it's probably a quiz, yeah? Bill O'Reilly said with a straight face that corporate media has been a problem with their extreme rhetoric, like calling someone Hitler when the dude himself has been a member of the corporate media, and doubled down on his Tiller coverage after he was murdered following his baby killer remarks. He's so giddy about Project 2025 when it's going to reinvent the very foundation this country was founded on. Yeah, that was fascinating. I actually learned a lot as well. And in fact, I think we have some homework ahead of us, which is going to be executive order crafting. Because, quite frankly, being able to promote ideology is one thing, having policy platforms is another, but having the documentation ready to go on day one, that's preparation that most administrations just don't have. So let's answer these questions real quick. Which of the below is an example of how executive orders are used? My goodness. Probably the salty pretzels. As a PR document to give direction to agency heads to create enduring frameworks. All of the above. In the executive order development process, who circulates the first draft? The advisors. What distinguishes the NSPD from an executive order? National security. Published, they are not necessarily ceremonial, can be classified. Through an executive order, which president desegregated the armed forces? I don't think it was any of these. Actually, it might have been none of them. The policy statement and an executive order may include definitions of relevant terms. That is true. Oh. It wasn't the senior advisors? And it was one of those three. Maybe that was Truman then. Whoops. Retake all. Who circulates the first draft? Management and budget. Classified. Truman. True. Boom. Course completed. All right. That'll do for that. That was pretty dry. That was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. That was fairly rough. To get through, that is. But very informative. Executive orders and then the various documents that a president can issue. The president obviously has broad authority over the military specifically, which is good. In terms of structure, obviously they can't just use the military however they see fit. The national crisis, though, that's actually the national security one. That's pretty solid. And the foreign investment influence, that's pretty solid too, because like day one, APAC is dissolved. Day one. Day two, foreign investment in residential property, any of our utility services, to include electric, gas, water, internet, out. Farmland, out. Roadways, out. Rail systems, out. Those need to be operated, owned, and controlled by Americans. Whether by big companies or smaller companies, that needs to be under the purview of America. And quite frankly, it should be federalized anyway, but that doesn't seem to be under the purview of an executive order, at least not from the training that we got. So we might have to do a little bit more digging into what all an executive order can do, but for what it looks like, there is quite a bit that can be done, to include the establishment of various offices within the executive branch, and being able to declare national emergencies for specific actions. FDR, the guy who said people are suffering so they need economic relief, while sending people who could have become American citizens and gotten economic relief too back to murder central. It was worse than that. They were American citizens to begin with, but they were Japanese American and were sent to internment camps. So yeah, FDR giveth with the one hand and taketh away with the other. We need public control of our broadband access, much like in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yep, I agree. All of our utilities, electricity, water, all of it should not be privatized. It should be public. Public control. Let's see. Let's Google Biden pressured to step down. There it is.
Hey guys, so there has never been a more important moment to make a donation. Here's the deal.
I want to continue to talk about Joe Biden and really the Democratic pressure that he is feeling
I am so sorry.
right now as more and more calls are coming for him to drop out. And this all coming as just yesterday finding out that he has COVID-19. So he is in Delaware right now.
I was referring to people trying to get away from... Oh, yeah. But it's just as bad to put American citizens in camps over paranoia.
Resting up, and this comes really at a time when this pressure continues to mount up. So I want to bring in our next guest here of this hour to help break it down what is happening here in the Democratic Party. Anthony Adragna, thanks so much with Politico congressional reporter. Thanks again for being with us here. And this is a moment in history, Anthony, where we're seeing
I don't know why.
so much where the Democrats used to have everything really in line, it felt like. They would do things behind the scenes. Now we're seeing this fracture happening in public.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. I've been covering politics for a long time, particularly congressional and presidential politics, and I can't remember a 2-week stretch like this. Yeah, pretty unrelenting. Democrats are unquestionably very divided. And obviously the top of the ticket is the focus right now. More and more folks are speaking out against the viability of President Biden. His campaign appears dug in at this point, but I think you're beginning to see, more public pressure on the president to reverse course and change his mind about sticking with this presidential bid.
Yeah, so true. And I just saw a Washington Post report showing that Obama now has more concerns about Biden's chances to win in November. So when you have these names,
Pelosi was warned taking this route would lead to this. She refused, and now she's panicking that it'll be more of a blue power loss. But hey, she never got the message in 2022 when she may have been the first speaker to get the job twice and lost it the next cycle.
Okay, the former President Obama, Schumer, Pelosi, all these big hitters in the Democratic Party. When is this breaking point, do you think, going to happen?
Yeah, I think that's the question we're all trying to wrestle with right now. But I think what we're seeing is signs that, this campaign was done in private by a lot of these big names in the Democratic Party, people like the former President Obama, trying to implore President Biden to rethink his calculus on the reelection bid. And evidently that hasn't worked so far. The president has again reiterated this week his plans to run again, to stick with this reelection bid. So I think now we're beginning to see signs of these private entreaties being taken public to up the pressure on the president and his team to really reflect the will of a lot of folks in the Democratic Party who've seen polls and worry about not only losing the White House, but seeing the Senate and House go with it.
Yeah, that's such a good point.
And so Lady Chaos, first of all, welcome to the stream. Glad you could make it. And I will keep up with her then. As far as, you're in danger of losing if the news is constantly about this, call to drop out. How can you unify if this is the news? They don't think of this. No, exactly. If the news isn't about what you're doing as president and your policies and your future agenda and how carrying them out is going to be beneficial, then yeah. If the news is Trump just in the news and then his opponent needs to drop out, that's like a double whammy in favor of Trump. So Biden should have kept his promise of being a one-term president. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of exactly the point
there. And I want to get your take on this past Saturday, because earlier in the day, we find out that Schumer goes to Delaware and is meeting with President Biden. That all gets lost in the shuffle, because when that statement comes out just 6 minutes later, we see the terrible stuff that was happening in Pennsylvania with the attempted assassination. And then the next couple of days are really lost there for the Biden pressure to try to get him out, because now he is making these statements about what happened. Tell me a little bit about from where we were on Saturday evening to right about now, because I feel like in the last couple of days, this pressure mounting has really ramped up again.
Yeah, I mean, certainly this feels like an episode of The West Wing. You couldn't have scripted it in any more sort of a wild turn of events.
Yeah,
but you're right.
A little less
I think
murder
the
than House
attempted
of Cards,
assassination of former President Trump really did sort of take the pressure off the gas and the momentum behind those that want to see a new Democratic nominee. Now, the benefit of the aftermath of seeing that former President Trump is okay, the Republican convention has allowed for, that space has allowed for Democrats to once again begin these conversations in earnest. There have been a few more, obviously, events or availabilities from President Biden, I should say. Things like the Lester Holt interview, the interview that he gave to BET. And those appearances really only heightened some of the concerns the Democrats have expressed in private. And I think, again, seeing the president dig in here has prompted many Democrats to sort of up the pressure publicly to get him to reconsider his decision to stick with this reelection bid.
And Anthony, I want to get your take too. If the call is for Biden not to do a reelection there, but for him to keep going for the next 4 or 5 months as president, how does that kind of gel with the thinking of showcasing that to Americans, saying, look, Biden's not up for the test for a reelection, but we're going to have him stay in?
It's a great question. We really are in sort of unprecedented territory here. And I think That's part of what is confounding a lot of Democrats right now. They don't have a lot of good options here. Either they're stuck with a presidential nominee that many view as weakened, and certainly many Americans view as not up for being able to hold the job of president for another 4 years, or they, plunge into the great unknown and try to figure out who to replace President Biden with atop their ticket. There are a number of ways they could go about that, all of which are likely to be somewhat messy and have a lot of folks not satisfied with the outcome. So Democrats really are sort of stuck in between a rock and a hard place right now. And I think we're all, anybody who tells you that they know how this is going to shake out, I think is lying.
And you know what the worst part is? The worst part about this is, in 2017, 7 years ago, I told the DNC, as the chair candidate, that if you don't change the way you operate, you will lose elections, you will lose power, influence, and authority, and you will no longer be a major party in this country. I said those words in 2017, and unfortunately, it is coming true in less than 10 years, less than a decade later. So it is unprecedented, but it is also self-inflicted. Now, the question of who they will put, fine, we can speculate. We could say it's going to be Kamala Harris and then probably Gavin Newsom. That seems to be the most popular common theme. But, we need fresh blood in the Democratic Party. And I say we, and I say that broadly. It's not like there is... this isn't going to magically give Jill Stein a leg up, right? Because the Democrats are still denying her ballot access, despite her having enough ballot access currently to potentially win the election if she got the Electoral College votes, right? So, if anything, they should be reaching out to Jill. It's like, hey, why don't you stop running as a Green Party candidate and you can run on our ticket instead? Any number of things they could do better, and they're just not, which is going to ultimately lead to a not just Trump victory, but a red tidal wave come November. Let's see. However, it was pretty interesting that after all this stuff going on, Joe finally said at least one thing that I can think was covered here. You can't be denied the right to criticize when told to lower the temperature. That pushback was pretty interesting. He probably used up his pushbacks for the year. Probably. You'll like what I do. Yeah, hopefully. Let's make him a reality, right? Or let green be the new D color. Yeah, well, that's not going to happen for several reasons. One, that would require the Democrats to give up power, and they're not going to do that. They would rather lose to Trump than let that happen. But that decision might be taken out of their hands, given how all of this is shaking out. So with that being said, so with that being said, it's very clear that the pressure is mounting. You have major political party members calling for Biden to step down, but there isn't really much after that. He should step down, and then what? And then, we don't know. The Greens could win if they reach out to the non-voters. The Greens can't because they don't have the numbers or the resources. I'm not trying to take a leak in your Wheaties, but the reality of the Green Party is they are too small, too poor. They just don't have the influence. They don't have the means or the resources. They just don't. Those mofos didn't even want to give Bernie-crats concessions. Exactly. And Bernie Sanders brought a lot of fresh blood and life into the Democratic Party that it was missing out on. In 2016, and I think even 2020, they acted like it was better to lose to him instead of letting Democratic socialist views be something the voters consider by listening, which is crazy because, again, it was driving so much popularity and support to the Democratic Party. It would have solidified their power. Oh, wait. It would have solidified the Democratic Party's power, just not the people in charge. But yeah, insane. Let's hear from
the majority now say that
Jill.
They support mass deportations, including a plurality of Latino voters. What is the Green Party's position on immigration, especially when it comes to securing the southern border during our current crisis?
The most important thing that we talk about for addressing the crisis of immigration is to stop causing it in the first place. Because if you look at what's driving people to migrate, it's several crises that we have been, shall we say, leading the way on, including regime change operations, predatory corporate interference in other economies, the drug wars. We advocate treating substance use as a public health problem rather than a criminal problem, which will then basically pull the rug out from under the violent cartels, which are driving so many people over the border, and for us to actually address the climate crisis, which is a major cause of migration right now as well.
Yeah, and that's our policy as well. I'm not going to say that she stole it from me. I'm not. But I am miffed that the RNC used that literally used it is not enough for Americans to survive but to thrive. I literally came up with that working with a vidIQ YouTube mentor who helped me come up with messaging for my YouTube channel. Furious. Like, how did they even figure that out? That's infuriating. Okay, we will see you in the later on tonight then. Give us our concessions, but you'll never get yours, so shut up and comply. Yep, that's pretty much how that works. And actually, I just because, it sounds like, oh, who's this tiny streamer saying he came up with stuff? Boo-hoo-hoo. Let me find it. My vidIQ notes. I don't quite remember where I saved those, to be unfortunately honest. Let's see. I'm gonna look it up right there. Dang. That was probably not it. Was it in this folder? No. Here we go. Notes from vidIQ Mentor. I put it in a much more generic location than I thought it was. Whoops. So, got to open it again real quick. So, 11/2/23 was the first time I spoke with her. 11/8, it was discussing the value prop and what that all encompasses. What do they get? So on and so forth. Now, where did we do? What do they get? 11/10, that was the next one. How to get past cynicism. Then I came up with an idea to kind of pull together, whatchamacallit, like the American people. And it was using the word thrive in some way. And what we came up with is building a thriving nation, thriving with working class America, working class thriving nation. And that's what we kind of built on. And then a couple more days went by. We kept working on it. Came up with primal branding concepts. Tagline, value proposition on November 15th. So in 12 days, from November 2nd to November 15th. Hold on. November 2nd to November 15th. My bad. So in 13 days, we finally came up with the value proposition Thrive, with the tagline, transforming hope, revolutionizing industry, valuing employment. And that was the first part that we got to, which integrates the tagline, the value prop, and the creed, which is service, empowerment, and sovereignty. So then we keep transitioning into harmony, revitalizing industry, valuing employment. And then I think that's when it went down to thumbnail and hooks and all that other fun stuff. But yeah, November 15th, 2023. I came up with Thrive. Which, hold on, that we had the overall statement. Hold on. There we go. On 11/13, that's before we actually made it to like the whole. So 2 days before we came up with the Thrive acronym. On 11/13/2023, shortened, working class, thrive, not merely survive. That's what we came up with together. Same thing. Later, the next day, 11/14, working to thrive, not just survive, 2024. Thrive, not just survive, 2024. So, them assholes stole that from me. I don't know how they stole it from me, but they did. And that's not cool. Because it's also not something that I'm going to be able to like sue them for or anything, unfortunately. But I do want to point out that I legitimately had it and legitimately came up with it. Before they used it. Well, we're using the one from Lady Chaos, which is Ronan the right way. Or, hold on. How did she phrase that? Ronan is the right way. That's the cult. That's the catchy. Ronan 2028, right? Ronan is the right way. That'll be one of the catchphrases. But also, yeah, the whole, thrive together, not merely survive. That's another one that we really need to be using. So, anyway, just really frustrated. And again, if you don't believe me, because, you don't have to believe me, I'll even link the window real quick. So check that out. There it is. And what did I say? 11/13? Right there. So, not making it up. 100% date stamped. Anna B, our chief of staff. Yeah, no, nice XML. Thank you. Yeah, now we just need to see if Legal Shield will help me sue the president or a presidential candidate for stealing my tagline somehow. And it's actually on my YouTube channel too. Like, I know I used it in several of my videos, so maybe some of those conservative chuckleheads shared it with the Trump administration, like, oh, that's great, I'm going to take it. 7:18 at 5:30. Oh, that's okay. That's what's going to happen tonight. Gotcha. Make fresh push. Like, are they actually like? Okay. I mean, I feel like we're beating a dead horse. Like, Biden is being pressured to step down, but he's refusing. I mean, that's pretty much how this all boils down. Why can't we see the title here?
If you've been getting scam texts,
your ego CCC is now following. Well, I made chat be followers only, so this person, with a name like that, I'm just very wary. We row it to America to vote Sam, to vote Ronan. We row it to America to vote Ronan. If you want to do the alliteration. That could get you attention even if you don't get money. No, I don't think it could get me attention anyway, because I don't think it would ever make it to a courtroom. The most important Supreme Court case this term. Let's
like these.
I'm mildly curious to hear what she's talking about. If it's Chevron, then we already know that.
Another emergency episode related
to it is Chevron. Yep, we knew that. No need to beat that with a dead horse either. Let's see. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock. Wow, I cannot believe it's almost Age of Empires time. But we don't have anything really good to watch right now. Pop culture. Usually you keep us on track with videos or Oshun. You got nothing for us today? Oh wow, look at that dog whistle. Wow. What's my AOE? ELO. Very low. Very low. In fact, I haven't even done a lot of ranked gameplay because I know it's low. I don't even get clean Dark Ages consistently. And I've only recently started learning about, feudal to castle. All Might Doll 666 is now following. Cool. Yeah, I was about to ban them too, so. What dog whistle did you just miss? This right here. Black conservative movement is a revolution of lazy. Because black people are always called lazy, no matter how successful they are. What their level of income or financial status is. All Might Doll. Or AI Might Doll. I think it's All Might Doll. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow. AI doctors and JD Vance's economic populism. Yeah, it brings diversity to the ticket, and the Republicans hate it, apparently. Let's watch this one. Why not?
Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's Indian-American wife of 10 years, is turning heads. If you've read or seen his memoir, turned Netflix flick, Hillbilly Elegy, she's been his anchor and driving force that's propelled the Ohio senator from their early days as law students at Yale University.
I guess we did have a video
now fast
from
forward to
Secular
Wednesday
Talk.
night.
He thinks that Biden will drop
she is the daughter of Indian
from as
immigrants
soon as this
grew up
weekend.
in San Diego area practicing Hinduism. She was a registered Democrat who attended Yale Law School,
kidding.
then met her
That's
husband
probably
there,
contributing
went on
heavily
to clerk
to my
for
sleep.
Supreme Court Chief Justice.
This is the channel that Brianna Joy Gray got kicked away from because, God forbid she supports Palestine. I don't think we're going to go ahead and support this. We are not going to give them, I guess we technically gave them a view, but no. We're not going to support the Hill. We are going to boycott the Hill because Brianna Joy is one of the good ones. She's one of the real ones. And she has been fighting the good fight in journalism for a very, very long time, for as long as I've been involved in activism. So, at the very least, for as long as I've been involved in activism. And I owe a great deal of my success to her as well. So, the fact that the Hill just basically kicked her out because she was right is we're not gonna play along with that. Bizarre search history. Why not?
So we have a lot of updates about possible motivations of the shooter or lack thereof. We have lots of updates.
They're going nuts after all that fighting to silence anybody with a view like hers about Palestine.
Failure,
it's true.
finger pointing between the Secret Service.
She was replaced by Jessica Burbank.
Local police who were involved in attempting to protect the president in Butler, Pennsylvania. But let's start with this. We had the FBI briefing members of Congress on what they were able to find on the shooter's phone and his electronic devices. And apparently, he had searched, along with things like major depressive disorder, he had also searched images of a variety of public figures, including Trump and Biden, along with dates of Trump appearances and the DNC in Chicago, according to a person who was on the call. Ryan, you had some interesting commentary earlier in the show about the profile that is emerging of the attempted assassin. At this point.
He was going to go after both if he had survived.
People's first impression, I think, of this guy, once they started to get just a little bit of information, was that he's a standard issue school shooter, which is the fact that such a thing exists is maybe the fiercest indictment of contemporary American culture that you can come up with. So it appears that he had some depressive personality and was just searching around for locations of Biden and Trump. But Biden, by not really campaigning, not really going out in the public, may have saved himself here. But imagine Trump's horrible luck that you've got this depressive, intelligent, 20-year-old who is just looking to go out in a blaze of glory. He's searching around for, famous figures and celebrities, and it's like, oh wow, Donald Trump is coming to Butler, Pennsylvania, and then further, there's a ladder just leading up to this low roof that is just 150 yards away from where he's going to be, and oh, look at that, nobody's going to be guarding it. Just literally unbelievable, actually.
Yeah, no, it truly is. I mean, as far as we can tell at this point, it's everyone, of course, immediately parses through any political background leanings. You had some reporting about this scam pack, Democratic scam pack
Trump's
that he gave $15 to on Joe Biden's Inauguration Day. But then on the other hand, he's a registered Republican.
Brace yourselves.
And so, based on this search history,
is this still the Hill?
Yeah, portrait really starts to emerge of someone
Son
who
of a bitch.
I think the portrait of a school shooter is exactly correct. Just it's almost like suicide by cop, wanted to be notorious, wanted to be known in the history books, and was looking for any opportunity to do so, whether it was Trump, Biden, or some other famous political or other figure that he was going to try to take out. And then, that
dude on the left is the Hill people. Oh.
About the stunning
he's speaking at 10:30, but I'm saying the convention starts at 7.
Mind-blowing. One of the latest comments from the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle, she was pressed on why no one was stationed on this roof, which seemed like very basic, obvious. You don't want someone to have a clear line of sight at the former president's
No, the
head
Hill does suck
from
because
within
it
very easy striking distance.
Pushed away Breonna
Why
Joy.
wasn't there anyone on the roof? She says that it was a little sloped, so it may have been a security concern. Let's take a listen to that.
When you saw the events unfold on Saturday?
Shock, and then concern, obviously, for the former president.
Investigators now trying to determine whether roof access had been properly locked down. The shooter climbing up seemingly unimpeded, about 400 feet from the stage, with a direct line of sight on the former president.
Should that roof have been secure, period?
That building in particular has a sloped roof at its highest point. And so, there's a safety factor that would be considered there, that we wouldn't want to put somebody up on a sloped roof. And so, the decision was made to secure the building from inside.
This is, of course, being roundly mocked, as it should be, because first of all, the safety concern, the safety concern you're supposed to be concerned with is protecting the former president of the United States and the Republican presidential nominee. And second of all, Ryan, you look at that roof and it's also barely sloped. So it's just an utterly mockable, preposterous dodge here from the Secret Service Director.
Flaggy. Here's the thing. I admonished a lot of people for saying that, and I blocked a bunch of people from my Facebook for saying the same thing. And I'm still going to stick to it. It's not a false flag. For several reasons. Trump did not need a false flag. And what does the Biden administration gain from assassinating Donald Trump? Nothing. So neither the Trump nor the Biden administration require this event to happen. And as it was just revealed, Crooks was going to go after Biden too. It just happened to be more convenient to go after Trump. So imagine if this happened to Biden. Would we still be crying false flag? Yeah, it seems like it was a lot of malicious negligence and, or not even malicious, just a major amount of incompetence and negligence all culminating in the fact that a cop, one of the local police, did confront the shooter, and then when faced with the barrel of an AR-15, backed down instead of, doing their job. So, quite frankly, it's not like people weren't in place doing their jobs. It's that there was a coward wearing a badge, having a gun, who didn't do their job, who allowed it to happen. As long as we're not thirsty bitches. Yeah. Make America amazing by choosing Ronan. Oh my God. Yep. He searched for Joe stuff too, so it was plausible that he was going to go after him next if he escaped with his life. I guess so, but the Secret Service usually isn't this negligent post JFK and 9/11. True, but it wasn't up to the Secret Service. The Secret Service said, we're going to let local law enforcement handle that place. We're going to handle everything else. And once the bullets started flying, the Secret Service handled it. So they did do their job. It was local law enforcement that did not. Yeah. So that's why it's not false flaggy. It's incompetent officers, incompetent cops. But then again, what do we hear at the RNC? Support our police, Blue Lives Matter, blah, 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 blah. So it's so stupid.
It would be like saying, why did you leave him exposed to the shooter for so long? It's like, well, bullets can kill people. And so if our agents would have, covered the president while he was being shot, that's a real security concern because the agents, could have been shot, which is true, but also that's the job of the Secret Service. And also that's like a 2-degree slope. Like, it's okay. Like you're gonna be okay. And the inside versus outside is also, completely preposterous. How do you secure the roof of a building from inside of it? I mean, you don't, obviously, but
right.
Like that this executive director or whatever her title is.
But then if he did do the same to Joe, you'd hear Team Red say it's a false flag to boost his numbers. But then they'd have to admit, just like admitting Reagan helped Joe with those bad policies, that they'd love accusing that which they hate in these false flags on Overlord. Yeah. Why is Crystal platforming the Hill? I don't know. That I don't know. Pop culture, yes. Plus, I don't think Biden would have been able to drop prone anyway, to be perfectly honest. And he certainly wouldn't have had the energy to say fight, fight, fight. So.
Still in her role is itself shocking.
It truly is. It truly is at this point because the basics of the failures here, the more we learn about how long they had identified the shooter and flagged him as suspicious because he tried to bring a rangefinder into the secure area. So he was flagged and identified, and then they just lost sight of him. You had local police. You had him identified 30 minutes before the shooting occurred. You had people, local residents on the ground saying, we see this guy bear crawling up the roof with a gun. You see people on the ground at the rally. There's videos of we see him, he's got a gun. And Trump is still allowed to go out and give his rally speech and come within millimeters of this bullet, completely taking him out. I mean, if you've looked at these animations, it's utterly insane. The Secret Service director was also grilled by a CNN reporter about how this rooftop was unsecured and how small the protection perimeter ultimately was. Let's take a listen to this as well.
The Secret Service increased security for former President Trump because of a credible threat from Iran. I've spoken with several people who look at the perimeter, hearing that news, look at the perimeter and say, how, knowing that there was a credible threat against the former president, how could that perimeter be so small that it excluded a building just 150 yards away from the podium?
I can't get into the specifics of any threats, but obviously with all of our protectees, we're constantly monitoring the threats that are out there, and we design our security plan based on that, also depending on the venue and the environment that we're in.
Wait, isn't Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman? Or Jane Goodman? Jane... Am I thinking of the right person? I might not be thinking of the right person. Amy Goodman. For crying out loud. Can you please just type in the window? Piece of shit. Yeah, that's who I thought. Amy Goodman. Is she not good anymore? That's unfortunate. Excuses just like why police held back on going in to save kids being shot down in Uvalde. Exactly. Like, if your job is to lay down your life for a community, and then when the opportunity presents itself and your duty is called upon, that would literally, I mean, do you know what that is called in the military? Cowardice. And you know what cowardice is in the military? A crime. You can be charged with cowardice in the military and be dishonorably discharged. Why the hell can you not be charged with cowardice as a cop or a Secret Service agent or any of those? Are you kidding me? How's that for an executive order? In fact, is that in any of my policies? Now I'm getting riled up. All right, so I'm going to check first my police reforms, because obviously that would make sense. No, because I was worried more about, defining what lawful orders are and to make sure that they don't just shoot first, ask questions later. But yeah, nothing. I don't think I have anything with cowardice on here. Wow. Somebody remind me to add cowardice is a crime if you're an officer. Because yeah. Are you kidding me? This is getting out of hand too. Like the fact that cops are consistently fearing for their lives, not doing their jobs, and literally nearly getting, not just nearly, but also getting people killed. That's insane. Shoot. I can't say that I'll give you an answer that you're hoping for, though, because I probably am more conservative leaning when it comes to the military. Just to be upfront. Although maybe it isn't conservative leaning, and I just think because it has to do with the military, therefore it makes it conservative. But like, I have strong opinions on the military because I served. And having served, I know it does not do well for neurodivergent people in most cases, and that the structure of the military is really just doing nobody any favors in modern times. Wouldn't the stolen valor type stuff about uniforms be unconstitutional and anti-First Amendment? Stolen valor? Yeah. I mean, it's but the thing about stolen valor is you're not going to get VA benefits, right? So that's why it's not a crime, per se. It violates the First Amendment in a sort of sense, like you're lying and being disingenuous. But lying is protected under the First Amendment. I asked my civics teacher this, and he just went full Gur patriot. Yeah. No, honestly, though, stolen valor is just, it's just not good. It's like, well, I mean, like when you dress up like a soldier. I mean, that could be a costume, though, also. But yeah, no, I know what stolen valor is. I've came across it. People buying uniforms from the thrift store and saying, I served in Nam. And it's like, really? Because that badge is not from Nam. And in fact, there's many stories where people will go to like Marine balls, and then they'll wear, a huge ribbon rack, and then they'll have like a World War II medal in there. And it's like, buddy, you're 32 years old. There's no way you served in World War II in 2013. You know what I mean? So stolen valor is kind of, to me, just stupid. Should it be criminally punishable? Definitely if you're going to military functions like some people have, or if you're trying to use your authority as a service member to accomplish something, like trying to gain access to a base or something like that. I think if you actually commit a crime while with stolen valor, though, that's already covered. But there have been other stories where like somebody was pretending to be a National Guardsman during a crisis, and then was actually directing the entire FEMA operation successfully, but was never once affiliated with the military at any point. And that person got a pass because, that person still got charged for fraud because even though they didn't endanger lives, they could have, or something like that. So, yeah, maybe stolen valor, but it's kind of, again, people don't carry their DD-214 on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't carry mine on me. It's in my house. I have a digital copy, but that's where, So yeah, stolen valor would be a hard one to keep track of. He stormed the beaches of France on D-Day on June 6, 1944. Ah, what a man. Lou Dobbs was a disgusting racist who accused undocumented immigrants of being dirty and bringing diseases. You know who else accused a certain demographic of being dirty and bringing diseases? Anywho.
And on that particular day, a full advance had been completed. But this is also why we are doing an internal review, and we look forward to the external review as well. And obviously, if there are things that we need to change about our policies or our procedures or our methods, we are certainly going to do so.
Was that perimeter too small?
He took
the perimeter encompassed
activism
the area
against
that we
fascists,
needed to secure
literally.
for the event that we had on that day. What happened is a terrible incident and should never happen. And we are obviously going to make sure that moving forward, we take whatever lessons that come out of this and adjust accordingly.
Was every element, every part of his, from the intelligence to the counter assault team,
a racist garbage human being is dead. I mean, we can celebrate and have some schadenfreude, I guess, but it's kind of like when Alex Jones... No, not Alex Jones. Who was the guy? Because they brought him up in Project 2025. Rush Limbaugh. Right. Rush Limbaugh. When these disgusting human beings die, they get erased from society's memory because their legacy was hate. And so, as far as I'm concerned, Lou Dobbs dying is an erasure from history that no longer needs addressed. Not to, again, puff the wind out of your sails or anything, but like bad people dying, unless it's somebody like Henry Kissinger, which obviously he is dead now, is not worth celebrating. Like, there are actual monsters who are like, again, like if Clarence Thomas had a heart attack, we'd probably celebrate that. We would absolutely probably celebrate that. But Lou Dobbs, I don't think, was influential enough or implementing policy or political change to actually create more pain and suffering, if that makes sense. I haven't heard about Rush except us talking about pissing on his grave. I posted memes about Kissinger. Is Margaret Albeen dead yet? I think that was her name. I don't know. Let's not talk about killing people or people dying on chat, though, because I don't want this channel to get taken down.
To the detail agents, the shift agents, I mean, every element, top to bottom, of the advance in the operation was every element increased
the life of Bob
after you learned
Newhart.
of this credible threat.
What we increased was what we felt was appropriate for the former president and for that particular event on that day. We have been increasing the assets and the resources and the staffing that we have been providing to the former president since he was a presidential candidate and then the presumptive nominee. That's what I can tell you.
That sounds like a no.
I am not saying a no at all. I'm saying that we have continued to increase the resources that we've been providing to the former president.
So you've got the sloped roof
And why is
excuse. You've
CNN
got
grilling
here a
this
whole
lady
bunch of
so hard? Like,
non-answers, effectively.
you risked Donald Trump's life. Is CNN, like, are there any left-leaning news media sites, networks? Bob Barker. Now that's a loss. I remember Bob Barker. He was the game show guy, right? He was wholesome. Of course, we'll probably find out in a year or two that he was also a racist, child toucher or something. But for now, we have a good image of him. And then the same thing with Richard Simmons, yeah? Oh, wow, really? Damn. True, Betty White. Now that's pour one out. That's pour one out for the, for the boys right there. Betty White was a real one. She literally fought for desegregation in Hollywood before it was popular. She fought for that shit when it was not even close to being popular, and she nearly risked her own career. And I think she was specifically involved in Star Trek being formed as well. She's a real one. Bob Barker? Is that what Bob Barker did? Is that what you're saying? Or Richard Simmons? Or... You got to specify which he. She was older than sliced bread. Biden slightly younger, as it turns out. Bob Barker single-handedly helped increase the spray and neutering rates. That's unfortunate. Well, then there you go. So much for wholesome.
And then the other effort from the Secret Service has been to put the blame on the local police who were enlisted in the protection effort. And there may be some blame to be laid there, by the way, but let's put this up on the screen, new reporting. Apparently, the local police had alerted the Secret Service before Trump's rally on Saturday that they lacked the resources to station a patrol car outside a key building where that gunman later positioned himself and shot at Trump. This was confirmed, by the way, by the Secret Service that the local police department did not have the manpower to assist in securing that building. So what it appears from this account is that the Secret
We do want that? Because that sounds like animal cruelty, doesn't it?
Service asked them to secure it. They said, no, we can't. We just literally don't have the resources. And then it wasn't secured. We also have more reporting in this article about the early warnings with regard to this shooter being identified. Local media reported that before the shooting, a municipal counter sniper had called in with a report and a photograph of that man who turned out to be Crooks acting suspiciously.
Okay.
Another local news station reported that officer called in around 5:45 p.m. That is 26 minutes before Crooks opened fire from the roof. And a local newspaper in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, also reported similarly that that counter sniper, Gregory Nickel, made a warning of this kind. Just astonishing, Ryan.
Yeah, it really is. And my early speculation was that perhaps the local police that were supposed to secure this building got lazy and it was just too hot in the parking lot and went inside of the building. But it sounds like no, can't even blame them for that. They said, look, we don't have the manpower to do this, and the Secret Service did not respond by then filling the gap, which is their job. The answers from the Secret Service chief just utterly ridiculous. Was the perimeter too small? She responds by saying, well, the perimeter was the area that we were defending. Like, stop just giving us definitions of things. Like, we know that, but you were 150 yards away. There's a guy scampering up a roof and squeezing off like 8 shots or whatever at the president of the former president of the United States. Just complete and utter failure. And it's really impossible to blame Trump supporters who look at that and think like they didn't care. Like, either they were actively involved in this, or they wanted it to succeed, and so they didn't give him the resources that he needed. And that was the question that the CNN reporter asked there. It's like, okay, the reporting here is that you're claiming. I think this is. I don't believe the report.
Okay, so I don't know that I have much on animal rights on my platform, largely because I'm not very familiar with all of the different issues regarding animal rights. I just am a very big advocate for not being cruel to animals, and that if we're going to eat animals and have meat in our, industries, that it should be significantly more humane. That's about all the animal rights I do know. So when spay and neutering, I just assumed was a bit much, but if it's actually to help the animals from, having little babies that end up in kill shelters, then sure, we're good. Approved.
On this, but they're saying that Iran, there's recent threats that Iran wants to take out Donald Trump in response for him killing Qasem Soleimani. Who knows if that intel is remotely accurate or not? But if that's the case, that the Secret Service was told there's a heightened risk on President Trump, and as you can tell from her answer there, they did not up the resources that were going to him in every capacity. She used this kind of present tense, like we were increasing the resources that we were offering, which suggests that maybe they were pretending that they were going to do it in the future. You can't really blame Republicans for being paranoid and asking questions about how firm the Secret Service's commitment was to this. Now, I still think that incompetence, but is there some malicious incompetence here? It's impossible to say.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's plenty here.
Okay, so that's enough of that, I think. That speculation. Basically, I think this is literally just a whole lot of circumstances culminated that it was a minimum, like, it's just a mix of lack of resources, lack of management, lack of manning, lack of follow through, and then cowardice on the behalf of the officer who was too scared to do their job. So I think that's what it is. I think it's not a grand conspiracy. I don't think Secret Service is like, man, I hope this guy gets taken out so we don't have to protect him anymore. Because then that would be the whole team, and then that would be a major because then that would be king making, essentially, right? And that's not the purview of the Secret Service, and that there's nothing in the Constitution that says, the Secret Service shall take measures to prevent the president or a presidential candidate from assuming office if they present a clear and present danger to the sanctity of the United States federal government. Like, I don't think that's a thing, right? So, anywho, let's go ahead and get some Age of Empires going. Oh, wow, there's an update. Maybe that's why my game froze on me earlier. And then later on, we'll have to find... Well, this is the actual convention. Right, that's the actual convention screen. So that's the actual national convention. So we should probably watch it from there. There should maybe. Should there be an organization within the federal government that can unilaterally prevent or neutralize bad actors in the federal government from abusing their power? I think the problem is with an organization or an institution like that, it is also corruptible. So I think for a generation or an administration or two, it would do its job. And then after that, it would just be bought and sold and traded cards with over and over again. So I don't think we have evolved to a point in society where that would even work. And secondly, if we ever do evolve to a point of society where it would work, then we wouldn't need it. Does that make sense? So I think it would be exacerbating the existing issues. This is where I'm getting at. Nothing's happening at the convention right now. No, that's true. I'm just saying we needed to prep for it. I don't want us to be a liberal democracy anyways. Jeez. Well, I do. I want us to be a liberal democracy, a representative democracy. I believe in the Constitution and representative government. I think it's a good thing. I think there are some institutions like the Electoral College that needs to go, but that's in the Constitution. So it's not going anywhere. Not unless we can get a constitutional convention to strike that down, make the presidential election a popular vote. And ranked choice voting, right? And we need universal voting registration, right? And it needs to be permanent. There is no getting written off the rolls. Like, that's stupid to me. It's like, oh, it costs money to maintain. How? How does it cost money to maintain zeros and ones or a signature? Like, no, it doesn't. Well, you can't get rid of the Senate because that's part of Congress. Again, that's in the Constitution. The Electoral College is also in the Constitution, so that's not going anywhere. But you should be able to mandate that the electors have to be faithful, that they can't be faithless electors, because then you just have partisan hackmanship, like what we saw in the past couple of elections, where they just vote whichever way they want, regardless of how citizens voted, which, again, abuse of power, corruption, control, that's supposed to be a check and balance, and it isn't. They're making excuses just to keep purging people from the voter rolls. No, obviously that's what they're doing. It's just we need to make it harder for them to do. Interstate Voter Compact or whatever it's called. I haven't heard of that. What is that? Interstate Voter Compact. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact is an agreement among a group of U.S. states and the District of Columbia to award all their electoral votes to whichever presidential ticket wins the overall popular vote in the 50 states and the District of Columbia. That's pretty cool. But, yeah, that's apparently not currently enforced. It's introduced, and it has been adopted by 17 states and D.C. Those jurisdictions comprise 209 electoral college votes, which is 39% of the college, and 77% needed to win. So if a few more states joined forces with that, of which California is one of them, and New York, which are two of the biggest electoral college states in the country, that's not nothing. Illinois is on there. Virginia is pending. North Carolina is pending. Michigan's pending. No, there's a lot of, I mean, again, it's 17 states with 209. That's a pretty decent average. If Texas, Florida, and Ohio got on the ball, that would be a big deal. That would be a very big deal. I'm going to save that, actually. That's pretty good. That's pretty good stuff, if you ask me. So, where were we?
At the beginning of your analysis, when you were giving your opening statement, you were talking about...
Oh, so they're doing some conversation.
You know, you suggested that the lack of immunity and the possibility of prosecution in the presidential context is like an innovation.
The hell?
And I understood it to be the status quo. I mean, I understood that every president from the beginning of time, essentially...
Oh, okay, cool. We also need to make Election Day a national holiday. No, we need to make the week of Election Day a national holiday. It needs to be, yeah, like the... And I could do that by executive order. As we learned earlier today. So yeah, there's all sorts of good stuff that can be done via executive order. It's just a matter of, you know, getting there. We're going to play some Misiones. Declare climate change a national emergency, use Defense Production Act. Yeah, that was one of the things that was discussed as a thing that we can 100% actually do. 30 of 50. Holy crap. This is going to be a long one, I can see. But yeah, executive orders can do what you just suggested, which is fantastic. Where's my town center? Well, that's... What's all this? How do I make more villagers? I guess you don't. Your Spanish has been good, or getting good. What's your views on China? China is not an enemy. They're also not a threat. China is a country that is doing what it does and has done historically, which is indenture its neighbors into debt through trade. China has also significantly invested in their infrastructure and in their society, which the United States has not. Instead, the United States is focused primarily on its military budget to the detriment of... There we go. To the detriment of our infrastructure, which is crumbling in very serious ways. You disagree on the indenture thing? You can disagree all you want. It's a historical fact, and it's happening right now in modern times. That's why the Chinese economy is booming and why the Chinese yuan is growing. Again, you can disapprove all you want. You are incorrect. The history of China is 110% using trade as a means to control the region. That is 100% what they do. Unlike us, we invest into wars and hegemony around the world. Correct. It's the major, big major difference. Trying to explore and like, what? I'm not seeing anything happen here. Okay. I got my 2 villagers. I got a boat. Oh, that's a Viking. I don't even have a boat. I don't... Okay, I was gonna say, like, I don't even see a means to... Guess we'll all get in the boat. Japan's economy is strong because they believe in deficit spending for the public purpose. Japan's economy is strong because they don't have to worry about a military budget. Sometimes you have to take up the gun to put it down. They're doing that with capitalism. Mao quote. Yeah. Well, again, Mao, some things he did, some things were not good. So, you know, giving land back to the people is always a good thing, but at what cost, right? And then all of the other, you know, very controlling actions that he took. You know what I'm saying? Like there's holy shit, why does that cost 200? China eliminated extreme poverty. Sure, they did. And then they created cheap labor and enticed all of the world's manufacturing to go to China, where now they had to put nets outside of all of the manufacturing buildings because Chinese citizens were jumping out of them. So wouldn't be exactly making the argument that China is altruistic or that their leadership is altruistic, merely that their economic focus is on building their economy rather than building their military, although they are obviously doing that as well. That didn't go my way at all. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing in this this map here. What saga? What's the saga? I'm not understanding what this is all about, to be perfectly honest. which they are working on fixing. Sure, they're working on fixing it now, but it took them quite a while to get there. All that to say, China isn't an enemy. China just does things differently, and I don't want to do it that way. And I don't think we should be celebrating the way China does things. Well, that would have been nice to know. Not that I can build. Oh my goodness. I think this is going to be a very long mission. That, yeah, like BRICS. BRICS is fine. It's a trade treaty that is outside of the United States, and it's a result of U.S. imperialism. You can't get mad at countries that are a victim of U.S. foreign policy for banding together against U.S. foreign policy. Can't get mad at it. What America needs to do is be a better global neighbor, international partner, and stop trying to impose its will as emperor on everyone. Do that, and I guarantee countries aren't going to need to form BRICS agreements because they'll willingly and freely trade with the United States without additional problems or concerns. Oh my goodness. That's not going my way at all. Down with U.S. hegemony and imperialism? I mean, certainly, I would certainly say that the United States needs to be a better partner, global partner. I'm not gonna, and like with the imperialism, you just don't invade and attack countries and claim that every other country that isn't Europe is an enemy. You know, there's ways to handle being an international superpower that doesn't involve, you know, wantonly destroying people and their livelihoods. This is going to be an extremely long mission. Holy crap. Multinational corporations? Yeah, but China has multinational corporations and so does Europe. So if that's your argument, then what? Down with multinational corporations? Sure. I'm good with that. But at the end of the day, that is addressing a different concern. That isn't addressing the same concern that I think we're talking about, because we can't stop foreign powers from having their global conglomerates, right? But we can regulate ours, and that's exactly what we should do, is regulate the bejesus out of the global conglomerates under our control. Actually, that would be colonialism, but to your point, what's happening now is the end stage of capitalism. I 100% agree. When capitalism starts absorbing government functions and most social institutions, that's when it starts feeding upon itself. I just wanted to make sure real quick that we are displaying in Age of Empires. Okay. So hopefully this gives me gold. There we go. We definitely need gold. We needed that desperately. Guess we should make berserkers, since they should be a bit more resilient? Maybe? Oh my god, this is gonna be forever and a day. And I have it on fast too. Did Biden resign? Not yet, as far as we know. Oh, what's this? Oh, those are the recaps. Never mind. But yeah, I just saw, oh, what? Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on, what's with this countdown? What's happening here? Is this starting now? Hold on, though. Because if this is happening, we'll leave that there. Man, I guess I need to open a new YouTube deal. There we go. Biden resigns? There's no way. There's no way that he resigned. Yeah, I'm not seeing, because that would be breaking news of the highest order if he resigned right now. No way, not a chance. Definitely people saying that he should step out, but not that he resigned. Yeah, definitely no chance of that. I mean, all right. Biden resignation. Rubio says if Biden exits the race, he should also resign. Biden should resign if he can't run for president. Hunter Biden cites Trump ruling and seeking dismissal of gun tax. It's saying if he does resign, or if he drops out of the race, then he should also resign. Yeah, that's Marco Rubio. AP News. Trust me, if that was the case, that would be interrupting just about everything. Just about, yeah. All right, but we don't need to listen to bad country music. All right. Ivar the Boneless. When did we get Ivar the Boneless? Let's go ahead and... Maybe they want to announce this day. I'm pretty sure it's just speculation, Ruben, but welcome to the stream. We were getting worried you weren't going to be joining us. We got sad. All right, we got one more thing. Berserker. We should probably... Can they not repair? Yeah, let's repair that, shall we? Then, let's see, we're gonna want to build more houses at some point. Wait. What? How am I at 15 pop? 6 plus 1. 7 is 9. That doesn't add up to 15. Pretty sure this doesn't add up to 15. So 2, 4, that's 6. That's part of the 4. 7. Plus 7 is 14. Maybe I can't math today, that's fine. So I guess we just need to explore as much as possible. We could probably actually head back over here, though. They said Biden would not support Kamala, too, and look for other Democrats. Instagram is just too weird. Yeah, don't take your news from Instagram. That's your first, that's your first lesson. Don't take your news from, Instagram. You're probably not gonna have a good time. All right. So I think if we destroy buildings, we get gold. Oh, it looks like we're getting sheep though. Sure. Drag those away. I'm assuming there's going to be another Prist. Nope. All right. Down with the Catholic Church. News from TikTok, though, sometimes decent. Sure. Sometimes. It is until it ain't. That should have given us gold. No? No gold. I would much rather prefer the gold. Pretty certain we're getting attacked. That's not great. Let's not pay attention. We're probably going to survive. Nice. Oh, who are you, sir? No. That's a negative. That is a negative Ghost Rider. We are not gonna fight William Wallace. Or a watered down version, for that matter. That scared me. Stop doing that. Ah! You're gonna give the President of the United States a heart attack. All right. A roving band. Oh, nice. Cool. So we're gonna want to build another house. I can't build another house. How the hell? What am I supposed to do then? I can't build villagers. I can't build more military. I can't improve. Get in there. Yeah. Let's see. Just override that. Fight, fight, fight. No kidding. Inside history. Yeah, inside history, I'm gonna just doesn't even sound like it's a legitimate, reputable news source. It sounds like one of the ancient aliens. Why do you have no cooldown on fight? I don't have cooldowns on any of them. So, yeah. Get him. Get him. Get him. All right. Probably gonna get attacked by William Wallace, though. Oh! Wait, what? Why do they only have a range of 2? That's completely useless. More sheep. Not that that does me any good, because I don't have villagers. I have 2 villagers that are on wood. That's rare. Is it? Okay. Well, I'm a rare kind of guy then. Oh, snap. Is it starting?
Laura and Tiffany, you have all been incredible. Almost as good as the president's granddaughter, Kai.
Is that an assassination attempt if they give you a heart attack? Yeah, right? Where's Secret Service protecting me?
Senator J.D. Vance.
Come on. What are you doing? I'm trying to debate you.
I also feel compelled to note once again that it is a miracle that we are here tonight. The fact that Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania just days ago.
Bjorn, okay.
And is here tonight to accept his nomination is proof that we are all protected by the hand of a mighty God.
Oh. Wait, what?
We have a lot of work to do in this election cycle. Tomorrow, we will all go back to our respective states, roll up our sleeves, and get to work to win this election. But first, we have some business to attend here tonight. Are you ready?
I heard that they're stretched thin as it is.
Are you
nice.
ready to hear from the man
nice.
who has
And you're my Secret Service, all 5'3" of you?
America wealthy again?
RFK Jr. should have Secret Service? Maybe.
Again?
Come on.
To make America strong again?
Of course.
And to make America great again? Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? Then let's get this show on the road. I hereby open the final session of the 2024 Republican National Committee.
It's time to duel, Yugimoto.
Offering today's invocation.
Oh wait,
Please
was that not what
welcome
you were going for?
James McLaughlin from Des Moines, Iowa, delegate at large for Iowa.
Can you get in the boat? The hell?
Good evening.
Probably set that there so
If
we
you
can
bungle raising
prevent
your children,
incursions.
Nothing much matters. Jackie Kennedy's words speak louder today than when she said them over 60 years ago. And this is why we gather on this historic occasion, isn't it? We as parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong,
Not gonna lie, this
free
mission
America
kinda
offers
sucks.
them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have, which is why we dedicate endless hours organizing, volunteering,
This is
and advocating
exchange
on
gold
behalf
for
of
food.
President
No, we
Trump.
don't want that.
We owe it to our children to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you.
Shoo, make way for Orange Man and Peach.
At home every night when we finish our prayers with the prayer to Saint Michael. We pray for all the children.
Is that a
our
villager?
grassroots warriors, our
Let's
country,
go.
and President Trump and his family. Tonight I would like to add my boys, JJ,
what can I build?
Jack, and George. And God bless you, Kevin.
Construct over chopped
and President
world
Trump,
trees.
Saint
to
Michael
gain
the
runes.
Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him.
First of
We
all,
humbly
what is
pray.
a world tree?
And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God,
It does not
cast
tell me
into hell
squat.
Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen, and God bless President Trump.
Please rise for the
Thank you,
presentation
mods,
of
not the
colors.
Catholics for
the
Trump.
colors are presented by veterans for the flag.
Jackie
honor
Kennedy
guard.
was a Democrat,
Let's
you
give them
fool.
a warm welcome.
Pride, 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 pride. Hold up, pride, health, pride, all left,
look, we were talking about stolen valor earlier. Here's fake valor.
Color guard. Mark time. Mark.
Probably some like alt-right neo-Nazi militia or something.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
I guess we'll stick that right there. Oh dear. No.
Please welcome Gabe Guidarini to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, we're gonna have to stop this priest. Hold on. Get over here, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
He's booking it. He's like,
Republic
the Vikings are coming. The Vikings are coming.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and
Buddy,
justice
can you?
for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why are we chasing a monk?
Thank you.
As slow as a monk
God
is.
bless our great nation.
Can we not?
Now to perform the national anthem, please welcome award-winning international
How
singer,
do I increase
Mary Milben.
my population? This is dumb. This is actually dumb. The Socialist Party is now in a fight with my state Democratic Party, as you saw earlier. Yep. Warrior halls in Scandinavia to increase your pop limit. It is also the only way to unite the kingdoms of Norge, Sverige, and Denmark. Alright, that's all well and good, but where am I supposed to actually build? I mean, I can just sit here and build a shit ton of these, I guess. Why not? Oh, this is not going to go well, is it? Oh, that's going better than I thought it was going to go. Still better than Fergie. She can sing, though. Yeah? She's got chops. Nobody can take that away from her. Yeah, that sucks. I'm pretty sure we can't handle Bamf McBamfson. Although, I guess it is night, we should attack them while we can, yeah? Alright, we got him. We got him! We got this, let's go! When Trump starts speaking, I will probably leave for a bit to watch it with my mom. You can still lurk on the channel. So the Viking longboats are not great, but we're probably gonna need some amount of it. I just have a feeling we're gonna need Navy at some point. Yeah. I think it's Land of the Free, Purple's Mountain's Majesty, a couple of songs along those lines. Ooh, another villager. Let's go. Okay, so destroying these isn't really getting me much. Alright, calm down. Maybe we can destroy the tower. Oh, come on. What the hell? Boo, that should have worked. But it didn't. Halfdan Fierstick. Okay. Why is this game freaking out so much?
The colors are retired.
Right, peace. Forward, pull. Hold up, hold up, hold up, right. Left, right. All left, hold up, hold up.
Oh, come on.
Left, right.
Didn't I literally just fight these guys?
Right. All left, hold up, hold up, right, left.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve Daines of Montana.
You're gonna destroy my dog. Don't destroy my dog. That wouldn't be very nice.
Wow, how about that national anthem sung by Mary Milman?
Oh my goodness. Well,
I'm U.S.
that's
Senator
not great.
Steve Daines, and I represent the great state of Montana, right over there. You know, when I was a kid growing up in Montana, my grandma taught me an important lesson, that is to have a thankful heart to count your blessings.
All you need to do is
this
survive.
Morning, as I was headed down to breakfast,
Wow.
I thanked God
this
for my
game.
sweet wife Cindy of 37 years.
Really?
I thanked God.
Hold on. I'm really not dealing with
and their
that.
spouses. I thanked God for our 6 grandchildren. And then I thanked God that in 6 months,
Come on,
Joe
stupid
Biden
game.
will no
Load.
longer be president of the United States. Now think about this moment we're in here this evening. It was just 5 days ago.
Guess we'll just
We were a quarter-inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump.
I'm really annoyed that we don't get anything for destroying this base.
But we have important work to do.
Oh, we do get a villager
because
from
going
that, so that's
forward,
true.
we must fight, fight, fight.
And they got their rallying cry, man. Oh my God.
National Republican Senatorial
Does he blame
Committee,
God if blue wins?
I'm
Probably.
working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck
All right, what I'm
Schumer.
not understanding is where is that orange coming from if it isn't from there?
Back in early 2023, President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago. We agreed our highest priority is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with President Trump. And tonight I want to speak directly to the voters of West Virginia, of Montana, of Ohio, of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of Michigan,
Oh no.
Wisconsin,
Thought we killed
Arizona. Virginia, and New Mexico. And here's why. Because your Democrat senators are lying to you.
Do tell.
Look, they talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals. You know, they
Seriously, show me a single establishment Democrat that's voting for the left agenda.
Never forget,
please.
These liberal senators voted to impeach President Trump twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump.
We're just gonna
these liberal senators
take wood from there
allowed
and not even
millions of
take
illegal
risks.
immigrants into our country. An America First majority will secure the border, and we're going to build the wall.
Wow, that took them no time at all to bring up the wall.
These liberal senators shut down the Keystone Pipeline.
As it should have been, because it was leaking and being useless, largely.
We're gonna drill, baby, drill.
Drill, baby. Oh my God. Why? Why are they like this?
These liberal senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights. Those are fighting words back in Montana. An America First majority will protect your precious right to keep and bear arms.
I really
These
wish
liberal senators
that
covered
the
for Biden
Democrats were the
after
communist,
13 American
liberal,
service
socialist
members were
monsters that
killed during
the
his
Republicans
botched
claim they are.
Afghanistan withdrawal.
That would actually be an improvement.
America First majority. By the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine. An America First majority is going to stand with our military.
Let's go over here.
These liberal senators stood with
gonna go my
anti-Semitic
way?
mobs. An America First
what are you-
majority is going to stand with Israel.
There we go.
And look, these liberal senators want boys in girls' sports.
Man, they got
I'm
the
the father of two
transphobia,
daughters.
build the wall.
They want men
Oh my
in
goodness,
your
they got it
daughter's and
all.
my daughter's locker room. And you know, they can't even define what a woman is.
Wow.
But let me tell you something. Back in Montana,
Take a shot every time he says
know the
liberal,
difference
and every time they
between a bull
use their dog
and a cow.
whistles. Holy crap. It is, it's actually
replace these liberal
very
senators
disturbing
with great Republican leaders.
listening to
Like
this. Like
Jim
it
Justice and
actually
Baby Dog
does
in
not
West
feel
Virginia.
good to hear these words. And the fact that this is what constitutes
Like
the
Tim Sheehy
party
in
now
Montana.
is
Like
distressing.
Bernie Marino in Ohio. Like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. Like Sam Brown in Nevada. Mike Rogers in Michigan. Eric Hovde right here in Wisconsin. Hung Cao in Virginia. Nella Domenici in New Mexico. And of course, Carrie Lake in Arizona. We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand with President Donald J. Trump. But look,
Rude.
right now, the left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's what's keeping me up at night.
What?
And we need
They
your
have
help.
literally stopped giving
You can
money
go
to the Biden campaign.
Senate24.com.
And what leftist
Senate24.com
billionaires are
today. Help us fight back. Because together, we're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
That's just the stuff that was just blatantly wrong and straight up lies. Oh no, oh no, Hold on. All right. Good. Oh, is that a Teuton knife? Oh, no. Okay. That was not going to go our way for a second there. Of course, the heroes have some pretty beefy damage.
One of the most crucial moments in American history. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible.
My mom said they're all a bunch of
It is time
nuts. Yeah.
to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America.
Yes,
I didn't get anything for that?
America was great,
That's rude.
But our greatest days are yet to come.
Oh, now I got my tribute. Perfect.
President Trump showed with the elimination of ISIS and so much more, when we punch, we're going to punch hard. And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years.
Oh, my God. Buddy, the fight's over here. There it is. There you go. Good job. Raiding party. Ivar's getting some dammy dams.
Hey everybody, Lara Trump, your co-chair here, right behind me. Look at this. This is the Republican National Convention floor. We have unity in our party. You have seen it here at this convention, and we need to keep that going.
Ivar,
until Election Day on November 5th. Anything you can donate right now to help President Donald Trump get back in that White House alongside.
That's gonna be not good.
Vance. Please donate now. We appreciate you so much.
But no. We're gonna need you to go over here. That's a lot to manage. All right, get in the boat. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. So that was a spicy meatball. They already have shirts. Wait, why are they already on a... What? Why are they having a commercial break on their convention?
Hi everyone, Eric Trump. I'm so honored to be here. I'm so honored to be a delegate. I am so honored to be speaking at this convention for a 3rd time. We are going to send my father back to the White House. We are going to win on November 5th. But I ask one thing of each and every one of you.
I would really like to increase my population.
Anything helps, even $1 helps tremendously. We're going to win in November. We're going to make America great again.
I don't know what these runes are supposed to be. I don't know what this mission is, other than a time sink. Oh, here we go. Ooh, this must have been the wonder, finally. So now we can get 30.
Please welcome the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina.
Okay. So, at the very least, get our army
I'm
back.
a congressman from North Carolina. Great to see my North Carolina folks over here. Also want to acknowledge my brilliant, amazing, smoking hot wife, Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House. She's here with us tonight. Love you.
My smoking hot wife.
I love you too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son, Lane, who's at home watching us on TV. And finally, I want to acknowledge God above, who redeemed
They are
sinner.
playing themselves.
And on Saturday, saved
That's how
President
corporate
Donald
sponsored
Trump's
they are.
life.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority. But in my district in North Carolina, we have the largest military base in the world, Fort Bragg. home of the airborne and special forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag. And if they make that ultimate sacrifice, that same flag accompanies them home on that final journey. They deserve a commander-in-chief who respects them and who honors their service. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is that commander-in-chief. You see, Donald Trump loves America. He literally embraces the flag. But extreme Democrats, they'll burn it in the streets and on college campuses. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they stand with those flag burners because they want to rule over you. But House Republicans, we stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag. Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you.
That's a riot.
In just
but
the last 2
okay,
years,
sure.
House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border. We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated. And we impeached Biden's failed border chief, Alejandro Mayorkas. But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any progress for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save America, we need to grow our majority. And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House. A Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president.
I wonder.
Can you imagine?
Isn't that just heading over there?
Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump? If Democrats control the House, they'll block every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police. We will rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall. A House majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity? Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods? Absolutely right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American businesswoman Diane Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Diane Hendricks. And I'm living proof that the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys. I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing a blue suit. But at the age of 17, I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every life is a sacred gift from God. And I give thanks every day for my son. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills. I found my passion in the field
Where
of
the hell
real
is my
estate,
transport
which
ship?
is still my passion. When I met my husband, Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000 Americans. We are the largest roofing distributor in the country.
This is annoying. I grew drinking the milk right out of the udder.
Is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or
Oh
fold.
my god, this is pissing me
And
off.
I chose to fight.
This entire saga thing is so stupid. I attack, I win,
Since then,
and then they pull
quadrupled
a
the size
sneaky
of our
right from under me.
companies.
Like, really?
And to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history. So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too. My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the American dream is under threat. Since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices, prices have risen over 20%. Aspiring entrepreneurs can't afford to take out a loan at 7, 10, 15% interest. Regulations have surged, and the administration has proposed $7 trillion in tax increases. I know how hard it is to build a company from nothing. And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House. Someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families, and give the power back to the American people. In life, it's easy to quit, and it's very hard to win. President Trump is not a quitter. He's a fighter, and I am confident that if we do all of our part, we can and we will win right here in Wisconsin. And he will win for America over the next 4 years. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Hello, Milwaukee. My name is Diane Evans. I'm a volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year. If you told me I'd be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November. I've never spoken at a convention before. I've never used a teleprompter before. But I figure if Joe Biden can, I can manage all right. I'm pretty new to politics. I voted my whole life, but I've never got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising my family, spending time with my husband, starting a small business, and walking the dog. Moms are busy people. When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened. After that, you better believe I got involved. I joined my local Republican executive committee. And when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff,
holy shit,
I started showing up whenever they needed me. Or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway. I showed up once a week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers, anything that they needed, even taking out the garbage. And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
That was actually pretty witty, I'm not gonna lie.
As long as I can remember, these politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years. President Trump is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th. Tell 20 people to tell 20 people to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide. I know that together we can win. We can all take out the garbage in Washington, D.C.
Trump doesn't run his own businesses, never has. Well, in their universe, he's the greatest businessman ever.
God bless Team Trump.
He did exactly.
And thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
Oh wow, gold. There's gold in them there hills.
Our southern border in crisis. Enemies of America pouring in. Your family at risk. Working families struggling to pay the rent, buy groceries, pay for gas. Yet Washington is paralyzed. But this week at the convention in Milwaukee, Republicans are developing a plan to end inflation, secure the border, make groceries and life affordable again, to right the wrongs of the last 4 years. Tune in to watch the plan unfold.
I almost feel like I need to cheat just to see where I'm supposed to go in this map. I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Oh my god.
Today I'm joining RNC
Son
co-chair
of
Laura
a
Trump
bitch.
to humbly ask if you could chip in $5, $10, or $25.
Grassroots supporters like you keep this campaign alive. A gift of just $5 could make the difference between victory and defeat in November.
Son of a bitch.
Please chip in any amount. I know with your support,
Seriously?
right now we will make America great again.
Fuck this entire mission. That is so goddamn annoying. Yes, autosave.
Thank you. Well, hello, Milwaukee, and good evening, America. Let me take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut. My name is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute. I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago, and as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment.
She was the CEO of World Wrestling? Okay.
He became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve
that
in his
explains
cabinet,
some, I guess.
running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018. I traveled with the president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina. I stepped off of Air Force One and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had
What
been
are
a
the
shop
Incan
foreman
slingers
and
doing
my
here?
mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a
I feel like
personal
this is the
interest.
same speech from
He was
yesterday.
one
Didn't
of
we hear
them.
this speech already about him being a builder?
Now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of taxing American companies, Donald Trump put tariffs on China.
Meanwhile, Trump in Puerto Rico, you get TP and you get TP.
And if reelected, he'll do it again. President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women, as I have experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge that very often. Donald Trump is not only a fighter, ladies and gentlemen, he is a good man. He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would
Is that
stand
why
at the
he
gates of hell to defend our country.
dodged the draft?
He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend it
So,
and to
do I have to
protect
destroy the
us
boats
from all
now?
harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before. So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, and good night.
Everywhere you look, the Trump economy crushes the Biden economy. Gas prices, they were low under President Trump, then skyrocketed under Biden. And credit card fees have increased 50%.
The Gilded Age was amazing under Calvin Coolidge, and then the Great Depression happened under the Democrats.
Now astronomical under Biden. Take-home pay up $6,000 under President Trump. Under Biden, Americans' income has gone down 3 straight years. Mortgage rates, they were low under President Trump. Now they're punishing under Biden. And personal and retirement investments up 40% under Trump. Under Biden, your investments fell, along with other things. President Trump, he'll make America's economy strong again.
All right, so we're finally not going to have raids per se.
We know what it takes to be reaching the top.
All
We're reaching
right.
the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart.
So where are these raiders coming from?
Turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up. I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my
I have all these sheep.
So turn me up real loud. My time. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
All right, well, I guess... No, you better stay there. Somebody will just pull a sneaky.
Hi, this is Texas Governor Greg Abbott. President Trump has
I guess we'll
proven
go there.
time and again that he is the leader America needs. Our country will not survive another 4 years. of
There's
Biden in
hidden
the White
treasure
House.
here? What the hell?
America needs strong leadership that enforces our laws, protects our national security, and puts our people first. President Trump has delivered for the American people. Now it's our turn to deliver for him. That's why I'm asking every patriotic American to text DONATE to 88022. That's DONATE to 88022. and chip in whatever you can to get President Trump across the finish line this November. Whatever you can give will be a massive boost in our fight to save America from total destruction.
Not enough gold. And I can't sell resources, can I? Well, let's start going after some of the sheep then. Abbott does suck. He 100% sucks.
I'm so honored to be a delegate. I am so honored to be speaking at this convention for a third time. We're going to send my father back to the White House. We are going to win on November 5th. But I ask one thing.
And we're going to fight.
Text donate to 88022. Anything helps, even $1 helps tremendously. We're going to win in November. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make our country strong again. And I'm so proud to be here with each and every one. Thank you.
Fight. Or just, let your people get attacked and don't pay attention. Alright, we're gonna save. I'm gonna reveal the map because this is infuriating. So there's an astronomical amount of stuff on just this island alone. Okay. Where are these raiders coming from? I don't even see that they're doing any raiding. We're gonna win, but we fear we'll lose, so give us your money. He stole charity money for cancer patients. I mean, yeah. I mean, literally, this is, it's grifting 101, right? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're not the hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United States Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo.
Good evening. Good evening, my fellow Americans. It's great to be with you. A special shout out to Kansas over there, my good friends from Kansas. You know, I had the incredible privilege to serve as President Trump's CIA director and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him every single day to serve you, the American people. Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments. Let's start with this. There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And
I think they just like using scary words like ISIS and caliphate.
We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We had begun too. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan, and not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day.
Mm.
42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handles, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this.
What?
Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime.
They're saying that the war in Gaza is somehow Biden's fault.
Americans were wrongfully held. President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors.
Wow.
We brought them home. We brought them home.
We are struggling for gold.
Dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted attacks, barbaric attacks into Israel. And now, of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our sovereignty.
Keep
and
going.
We need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations? He's censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well. He's weaponized the justice system against our political opponents. And even to this day, as we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration has failed to tell us the truth that we all know and is so dangerous to our nation. The truth that Joe Biden can't handle that 3 a.m. phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m.
Man, they get him for that every single time. And you know
my
what?
Call to you tonight is really
he deserves it
really
because
simple.
It's true.
We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first. So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional, and of course, great again. Thank you.
America
God
special.
Bless you. God bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Michigan.
And join the fray there, friend?
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan. Let's go! Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit? I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever. Come on, if you believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory. President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says He who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone. President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday?Uld you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood? He came to the hood because he cares about average, everyday
So here's the thing. He's right. One of the things that... hold on. One of the things that Democrats are failing to do is going to places where people are suffering from poverty.
What would you ask for your birthday?
So yeah, it's one of the things I want to do when I run for president, is also go to impoverished areas and reach out to the people who have never been met a single politician running for office. Because that is a major deal.
I believe that prayer is preventative and prayer is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we will not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again. Before I take my seat, I just gotta talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you. Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power. To all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America. And he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
This guy is very zealous in his religious beliefs here. Super Newbie 90. Thank you for the follow.
to all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. You cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be? Could it be that when we prayed for him when he came to the round table in Detroit, that Jesus asked and he received, that we sought him and then he found protection? Could it be that the King of glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty in battle, protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
Yowza. That was some rhetoric, folks. Yikes. That was a whole lot. Oh, whoops. For some reason, the best way to navigate is right through the enemy territory. Perfect. I'm glad I was able to waste all of those resources. We get a move on?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Why are you not attacking?
States, President Donald J. Trump.
Get down here. Get in the fucking boats. Of course they killed my people. Can we? Oh my god, I hate this shit. Chasing these fucking idiots. What about the USSR? Was that real communism?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Neaporte from Florida.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida. We all know that President Trump loves his family because we see that. And we all know that President Trump is willing to die for our country because we just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump, 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0. For non-golfers out there, that's a pretty good record. That's real good. That's not good, that's great. 25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs. And one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International. And that's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job. One day, I was out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job.
Glad we're making our decisions based on how good people can play golf.
Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character firsthand. His entire family reflects these values as well. With all the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working.
Why? Where are these assholes coming from? So what country has done communism the right way? None. And can we for once hear people talk about fiscal responsibility? No one has talked about us being $34 trillion in debt.
So let's help him. Let's hear it. Make America great again. That's it. Thank you, President Trump, for believing in me.
Can you, for the love of God, kill this priest?
As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
So the one that they keep attacking is this. That is getting on my last nerves.
Hey, it's JD Vance, and I'm so pumped to be the vice presidential nominee along with President Trump. To make America great again, we need your help. So if you're able, chip in $1, $5, anything you can. Helps us get the message out and win this race for the American people. Thank you.
Good grief. One sec, got an ad. Okay, can you repeat your answer? All right. Communism.
Laura Trump,
nothing is done right with communism. Like, there has not been a single
National Convention
country that has done quote-unquote communism well. If that's your question, that's historical. That's historical knowledge. That's not
anything you can donate right now.
Anything that really,
get back in that White House.
I guess,
his running mate, JD Vance.
is up for debate or discussion, really. But something that is worth noting is that taking care of people rather than profits should be the ideal of any government. And communism, socialism, those isms do the best job on paper of doing that. Capitalism, even on paper, is supposed to take care of people first, but it just never has. To be as clear about that as I possibly can. Which is why democratic socialism is the better verbiage for what we're looking for. Come on. Alrighty then.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Zach Witkoff from New York.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Zach Witkoff. I am deeply honored to stand before you tonight and introduce my father. This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself.
Well, at least
thank you.
I had these guys ready to go.
My son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November. I saw my father's remarkable journey from relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers. He showed me that success comes from hard work, not handouts. When I joined his business, I started at the bottom, literally, handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started too. I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew. Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live
So, okay, I can accept that answer. Thank you. Straight and to the point. No, you're very welcome. For instance, my policies are going to be highly focused on regulating corporations, empowering the working class, establishing labor rights, lowering taxes, eliminating taxes for people making under $100,000, and eliminating tax caps for the wealthy so that they can actually contribute to our society. That would be democratic socialism. Now, I know that may sound a certain way, like, oh, you're just going after the rich, but the reality is the rich are simply not participating and providing the fair share.
Unwavering loyalty and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we stand united,
how long is it going to take for these damn transport ships to get here?
Of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump.
The boats.
God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United
Of
States
fucking
of
course
America.
You do. You fucking ignorant pieces of shit. Seriously? I fucking do not like this mission. I do not like this mission one iota. It is so goddamn tedious. Where are these raiders even coming from? Come on, load, you piece of garbage.
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis. It was playing for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes. See, I stand before you tonight, not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him. Especially those words, "His truth is marching on." I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime.
So they're coming from somewhere over here.
I've seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns.
He has yet to call the victim of the shooting that family. So that's outright a lie.
So many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect. Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you. When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids.
How much more of
the
these
First Lady,
dill
providing
holes
a
are
platform
left?
to honor my son's memory.
His being there is about gaining something, more initiating his ego by being the center of attention.
And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump. I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well, as an acknowledgement to my boy. A sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains: opioid abuse. Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage.
Are the ships
but this
just
is
deteriorating?
The truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on
The fuck?
It is a dark hour for America.
Yeah, he just
but
admitted the
there's
opioid
nobody I
problems
trust
were
more in this
going
moment
on when he was
than this
president.
man.
Yeah.
A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you.
That's
May God
wonderful.
bless
So
you
I was
all.
wondering
May
why
God
my
bless
ships were
President
so
Trump and
weakened
his
when there wasn't much
extraordinary
fighting
wife
going
and his
on.
wonderful family, and may God bless America. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome attorney and senior advisor for President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines, and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab-American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, he's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets
Oh my God, this golf swing.
famous golfers, so they
Why?
feel included in Mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend.
I can't do trade cogs? That's annoying.
Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality.
People are thirsty for another
But his
option. It is
greatest
definitely
construction
true.
Project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th President, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right. Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us. Because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music.
Oh my God, they are not letting that go either.
A new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming."
Hold on, am I really out of fish?
America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up. So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump. So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us.
Oh my God.
God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Hi, I'm Congressman Wesley Hunt, and I'm asking for President Trump's strongest supporters to chip in and help send Joe Biden packing. Even if it's just $5 or $47 for our 47th president, please, I'm asking you to support President Trump and his America First agenda so we can take our country back and send Kamala Harris and Joe Biden packing and put President Trump right back in the White House where he belongs. Thank you so much for your support.
Christian priests came into these lands
Hey, it's JD Vance, and I'm so pumped to be the vice presidential nominee along with President Trump. To make America great again, we need your help. So if you're able
Where
to chip
did
in
this
$1, $5,
even
anything
come
you can, helps us get the message out and win this race for the American people. Thank you.
Today I'm joining RNC co-chair Laura Trump to humbly ask if you could chip in $5, $10, or $25.
Grassroots supporters like you keep this campaign alive. A gift of just $5 could make the difference between victory and defeat in November.
Please chip in any amount. I know with your support right now, we will make America great again.
Are you kidding me right now? Oh my God.
You would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Is it easier for you to go and buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security is as safe, that we're as strong as we were 4 years ago? If you don't think that this course that we've been on for the last 4 years is what you would like to see us follow for the next 4, then I could suggest another choice that you have.
President Trump. He'll make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist, author, and American citizen, Tucker Carlson.
Journalist, author, and American citizen. That's
Thank you.
That's a hell of a.
Oh, this is wild.
I don't know. That's all you got?
Thank you. I've been good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes.
Vibes.
They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So, I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. This convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different.
Didn't we fight over
He
here?
stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up. I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention, but the effect that it had on Donald Trump.
Oh my God, divine intervention?
He was no longer
Seriously?
just a political party's nominee, or a former president, or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference.
And I didn't realize he had such a whiny voice either.
Where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true.
The other preacher already said it was God himself who saved Trump. And so did the black guy who was waxing pretty religious and nostalgic with his rhetoric.
With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. I reached out to Trump within hours of it that night, and what he said to me that night, having
Are
just
you
been shot in the
fucking
face, he said not a
serious?
single word about himself. He said only
Why?
how amazed he
Why
was
are
and
you
how
so?
proud he was and
Oh
how proud he
my
didn't run.
God! I hate this map.
And I thought two
I
things.
sincerely hate
The
this
first thing I
map.
thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the
This
selfish
map
guy I've
is
been hearing about for 9
absolutely
years, really not a
infuriating.
word about himself. about his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together, and I thought, this is the divisive figure, this is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this. Actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump.
Okay.
Who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. And I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And
Antifa came to my house. Right.
And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this.
Haven't you just literally been saying that the entire damn time?
Right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
Well, I am. I'm not sure how I follow Tucker, but I'm going to give it a go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family. "12 years ago, the Trump Organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured
Is Antifa in the room with us right now?
and his
It definitely feels like that kind of situation, doesn't it?
He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again. He also built up the resort's people. Thank you, boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position. It was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically
What are you
male-dominated
doing?
industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions. I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better. He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again. May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You know what I'm talking about? Just let me know if you want to go to that whole out Grange. They got a lot of nice girls out there.
The music is terrible. Well, it's, I don't think it's meant to be the Taylor Swift Eras Tour. Oh wait, that's not helping, is it? Man, why are there no fish in these waters? Why can't I build traps? There's no fish in any of these waters, huh? That's just annoying. Okay. And I guess we, farm? Oh, good grief. And I can't even build ranged units. Although I could. How many more different ways do I have to send units out here? I am fairly certain I have sent an army here 1,000 times already. Oh, of course I can't. Are you kidding?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Advocate for Safe Schools, Annette Albright from North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina! Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long for me to realize that public schools are a part of the problem. Sadly,
Public schools are part of the problem, huh?
Are more like prisons than places of learning.
That's actually something I think we can agree on.
In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school. The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom. President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers' union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids. They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican. Thank you. Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
They definitely stick to their rallying cry. Any chance they get to say something is great again, they'll take it.
Is New York's Donald Trump running for president? He bought full-page ads in 3 East Coast newspapers today stating his views on foreign policy, and these ads will win him a following. In the ads, he says, there's nothing wrong with American foreign policy that little backbone won't cure. And he says, we have no business spending ourselves broke in the Middle East, protecting ships that are not ours, and oil that we don't need.
Rumblings in the Trump camp point as far as the presidency.
Somebody has to help this country, and if they don't, the country and the world are in big trouble. Because within a short period of time, as sure as we're sitting here, there's not going to be a country and there's not going to be a world.
I have no intention of running for president. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally.
Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. That all changes, starting right here and right now, because this moment is your moment. It belongs to you. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
The Republican primary is over. Donald Trump basically has this nomination locked up.
Everyone is listening to you now. I will fight for you with every breath in my body, and I will never, ever let you down. My fellow Americans, our movement is far from over. In fact, our fight has only just begun.
Hey everybody, this is Ronnie Jackson. I was a White House physician for 3 presidents. I know better than anyone what it takes physically and mentally to be president. While Biden's cognitive abilities continue to decline, President Trump is doing everything he can to save America, but he needs your help. Patriots like you are the reason President Trump is still in this fight. So I have one ask. Can you chip in any amount right now to President Trump's campaign to make America great again? It's not about how much you donate. It can be $5, $10, or any amount you can give. What's important is that me, you, and the entire MAGA movement join together before he accepts his nomination. Please chip in now by texting DONATE to 88022. Thank you.
I'm Newt Gingrich, and I'm here at the Republican National Convention. And I'm asking you to help President Donald Trump win the White House and kick Joe Biden out of it. If you'll send whatever you can afford to 88022, I believe you will be key in helping defeat Joe Biden.
Alright, so that was an ill-fated attack. Why the hell? Where the hell did my lady go? The fuck? What? How and when did she die? Good Lord. How are we doing? Up to about 2 hours left. Yeah. I know I'm probably boring people relentlessly by not interacting, and I apologize. This map is... I think these new scenarios are literally... I think they somehow... I can't even get the words out. I think they're meant just to be challenges. I think that is their sole and express purpose. Because I'm not seeing any substance coming from these. So that was really, really weird. Ah, damn. It does not look like I have any more ships for attacking purposes. What do we build? Build Tarkins. I'll do a number on buildings. What are we trying to save up for? Infantry in general? Yeah, maybe. Looks like there's been fighting in the various areas here. No! Oh my god! Every fucking time! Build one of those tree thingies. Yeah, well, that's... doesn't help me from getting my priests killed. Unfortunate. I know this was the other mission. So they actually leave the priests alone if they don't try and convert. I guess we can just try coming back here. Now what? I want to know where these Viking raiders are. Where is their base? Because this is tilting. They are literally doing nothing but raiding, which is fine, it's in their name, but like, where the hell are they coming from? And of course I don't have to do it. Alright, Olaf. You did. You tried. Alright, so the British longbows are certainly going to be a problem. Alright, so now we're kind of seeing what's actually on this map. How pathetic must you be that you latch onto the nothing burger? Yeah. Come on, load. Alright, so I thought I had saved when I was already, established on there, but apparently I did not. And why are we just listening to this? Like, is there an intermission that I missed? Is it over and nobody told us? Would that we could get so lucky, right? Did they run out of speakers? I think this is going to end sooner than I thought. It said he's speaking at a few minutes after 9. Get in the boat. Right, now we can save. They're like you. Who said it? Somebody was playing the that they're just playing elevator music this entire time. That's I'd say pretty accurate. What we really need to do is defeat the Viking Raiders, wherever the hell they are. Well, hold on, I did save, so we can go ahead and Marco Polo again. So the Raiders are alive. But not really. So I 100% defeated them. But they're still around. Make that make sense. So where the... So when and how did I get attacked? Those castles are going to be a problem, obviously. I don't get it. Where am I getting raided from? How am I still getting raided? That's just stupid. Hogan is speaking at 9. Anything from this century, please play one song that is not more than 30 years old. Yeah. Then they must randomly generate. That has to be the case. Because otherwise, there's no explanation for it. And we're going to make sure that our raiders are here before we go to town. There. Doesn't seem like they ever got attacked. But who's to say really? Oh, yeah, let's not get picked off by longbowmen. That would be stupid. And honestly, we should probably build a siege workshop. That would probably be smart.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Oh my God, really? It's really him.
When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought.
Well, Hulk Hogan
the energy was so crazy.
is certainly racist and conservative enough.
I was gonna press that no good sticky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Is he really gonna say brother every other word?
With our leader up there, my hero,
because that's gonna be a bother.
Gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
One real American at a time. What, pray tell, does that mean?
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something?
Can you, Jack Wagons,
the greatest tag team of my
just
life,
fucking please fight, move forward, attack the bad guys instead of getting lost in the sauce, attacking fields and getting stuck on the damn fence.
Better get ready, because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites, because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week?
See, this is what I'm talking about. Where the hell did these idiots come from? We saw this earlier. They did not exist. There was nothing.
Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Really? These longbowmen are just... Sure, I guess. Why not?
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real
Is there a reason
hero.
why you can't attack these bowmen?
And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
Why is this match so glitchy?
Guys, I've known Donald Trump for
Oh
over
my
35
God.
years. Hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at
So
ringside
first,
at the Trump
I'm getting
Plaza.
rated when there is
I was
nowhere
bleeding like a
for
pig,
the
and I
enemy
won the world title right in front of Donald J.
to
Trump.
even show up. Literally.
And you know something?
There is
He's gonna win.
actually no
in
place for
November,
them to show
and
up.
We're all gonna be champions again when he wins.
I am at a loss
I've known that man
as to
for
what
over
I am
35
supposed to be
years,
doing here.
And he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is gonna start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all.
Well, they got Hulk Hogan's endorsement. What more do they need, right?
At Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts.
Oh, that was the castle. So that was my fault. Definitely should not have stood in the fire there.
Back then,
That
we
was
had
me.
a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only
These are
person
all
who can clean this up
conservative.
is Donald Trump.
These are literally the result of conservative policy. Literally the result of conservative policy.
I really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too.
I don't like
this November. Guys,
all the problems that are a problem in the world have nothing to do with our policies. But there's still problems that we're going to acknowledge are problems. Gotta love it.
So all you criminals,
Gotta love it.
all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
All right, so somehow we're gonna have to skirt that castle. Though I don't think that's gonna be going this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and
Wow,
President
Billy
of
Graham?
Samaritan's Purse.
That's what
the
we
Reverend
need.
Franklin Graham.
Yeah, what is this? Where did
Good
this
evening.
even come from?
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania,
All right, so they're gonna attack
President
now,
Trump
which is
had a
fine.
near-death experience.
I'm pretty certain I can handle their attack.
question.
It's just
But God spared his life. And when we
where
go
are they
through
coming
those
from? Where are these raiders coming from?
It changes us.
That's what I really want to know.
It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable
Stop
resolve
attacking the
to
damn
fight for
fields.
them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that.
Oh, at
The
least
one
they're
thing I do
finally
know
admitting it.
Is that God
Jeez.
loves us. And he wants us to
Who
be
said
with
men
him
can't
in heaven one
multitask?
day.
I certainly can't. That
And
is
that's
for
through
damn
faith in
certain,
his Son,
and I
Jesus
apologize.
Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known the President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until he did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again.
Yep, Linda McMahon. Absolutely. We got the whole WWE everything.
For me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it
Please
was you and
stop
you alone who saved him.
walking back and forth.
We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one.
Billy Graham has actually said more about the
Put your loving
family than
arms
Donald
around
Trump.
them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Are they chanting USA again?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to counter the Britons with when you have foot soldiers and cavalry at your disposal.
Good evening, America!
Genuinely not sure about
my
that.
father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises.
Hydrate, you
It was in
thirsty
that
nerds.
moment
Yeah.
I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation.
Oh, we finally lost the priest.
It was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future.
How are they developing units so quickly in the Castle Age?
My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination.
I'm really not certain how you're supposed to go through this.
With me and our family.
I really don't know. The Britons are actually fairly difficult, I would say.
He stood tall, fueled not by
because they have range, and what are you supposed to do when you are literally foot soldiers?
And a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president.
To be fair, it's not like I can do much against the Teutons either.
States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
So there's sagas that I have to do. Recruit and settle in the East. Raid and settle in northern Francia. Taking these on are actually quite difficult, I'm not gonna lie.
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten.
I wonder if we just try and go back
our
to
educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer
Francia and destroy that. Because these
a country that chants death to America.
Can we stop reorganizing
on our Constitution and our religious liberty? Or
and just
see the
move
disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day?
No. You fucking...
He can no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct.
Where is this fucking bear going?
He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani al-Baghdadi, the terrorists, were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
We're pushing, and that's great.
But he also
there's a castle right there, and we're gonna
a movement that threatened
struggle
the
with
special
that.
interests in the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back.
I don't really know how we're gonna overcome it.
You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups.
Holy shit, what?
Judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for.
Okay. So my
father even became the target.
I think attacking Teal is clearly not the
America's single greatest hope for our future.
I don't think attacking these places is going to work. I don't see how.
Movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of
I can't even build an economy.
Watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you.
So
to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win.
Let's repair some ships and I mean, truthfully, I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm in an impasse because there's certainly things to do. They're just not.
Thank you.
I don't know.
My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans
Can we
through
get
issues facing
to
this
here
nation
with these guys?
and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives.
Well, we are going to try sacking France instead because this is definitely not
Today,
working
as
in our
was in
favor.
2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure
That
is
being
crumbling.
said, we
Our border
could
is out of control.
be a little cheeky
Millions
and
are dead, displaced in Russia
get a little
and
closer.
Ukraine. A war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest.
Damn it. There's a castle there, too.
In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran, sleeping under a bridge, as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will.
What in the flying fuck?
To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals of school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them.
I don't know how we're going to
To the law
take down
enforcement
that
officers, our
castle. It's
brave
clearly
border
not
patrol,
by
Secret
going
Service agents who work every
here.
single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus. I'm sorry. We will stand behind you.
Or at least they're dumb enough to attack within range.
Commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation. I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this.
I'm actually surprised Republicans can get through the day with as much fear that they live in. You know what I'm saying?
To the construction
like
workers,
if it's that
to the
bad,
middle-class
like damn.
families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation. I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for
Who
our
are they to
grandchildren
dictate people's
and our
lives
children.
like that? Yeah.
Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure.
So is he just gonna go through the entire laundry list of talking?
We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
How do you figure that's gonna work out? And why are the Raiders attacking me anyway? Why aren't they attacking, I don't know, the British? The Anglos? Why are they attacking their fellow Norsemen? Is what I would like to know.
Our children will understand family. Our children will have values, and our children will love God.
I don't think that's how that works, buddy. Sounds like indoctrination.
Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution.
I don't think that's at all what they're going for.
As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you. A journey to save the greatest country on earth. A journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above. You survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level.
Why are they going straight for the priests?
The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!"
Did the landscape shift?
I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
I think so, yeah. Because they don't got anything else going for it whatsoever. Robert the Strong. How strong is he? Not strong enough. As it turns out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next First Lady of the United States.
Whose line is it anyway, hoedown? Definitely looks like I'm holding my own here. Going after the Franks was the right choice.
This is a story as uniquely American as the ideals and freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big. A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures.
Best told in
Young
pictures.
And confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back.
What kind of Disney World wannabe weird shit is this?
The Wallman Skating Rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town. But he was also
the toast of the town. Is he gonna start singing about books? In a castle
like
with the
others,
beast?
He was becoming
Gaston?
increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing
Bonjour,
what's happening with this
farewell.
country, how we're
something,
really
something,
making other people
something.
live like kings
Oh
and
no,
we're not.
it's Belle. She's going back to town.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined, I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
The epic tale of Donald J. Trump.
First day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay.
My game is going to crash at long last.
Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn.
I don't know why it's going to crash,
Next,
but
President Trump,
evidently
secure our
that's what's
border.
happening.
Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in.
Why does this sound like a
Brutal
documentary of
migrant
his life
crime
story, like he
spreading
just
across
died?
America.
Why does this sound like an epic saga
ISIS, now
instead
here.
of whatever this is supposed to be?
President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars.
Can you just...
Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace, and our troops safe. Today,
The world that they live in,
story.
I tell you.
Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East.
That's not at all how the Middle East happened.
There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
We basically destroyed France. We were... I don't know how you would take
Ladies
teal
and gentlemen,
and yellow,
please
honestly.
welcome Kid Rock.
Kid Rock! Wow.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up.
Well, it is officially a circus.
Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Now say Trump, buddy, scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I'm went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why.
Why are they listening to him, of all people?
Yeah, let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, Trump. I like ACDC and ZZ Top. We'll see this beasties and the kings of rock. Skinner, Seeger, Lip, Corn, the Stones. The David Attico and the No-Show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain obey, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace Flash. Punk rock the Clash, boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, Flash, Flash. They call me Cowboy. I'm the singer of the black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump, Trump.
Well, where are my transport ships? Are they already gone?
I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll. Let me rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychon, the big dog you ride. Bill Shack. Long hair swinging, middle finger in the air. Skin food, 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sin and hit a rebel, yeah. I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me Cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You say Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We sing Trump, Trump. King Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at.
So I don't even have transports at this point.
Ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
Gregory Mallard is now following. Thank you for the follow. Did they God, I was gonna actually let that go. I was actually gonna let that go. Oh. Ted Nugent's next. Oh my God. Please not. Anything but that, please. I think I speak for everyone when I say anything but that. Well, I don't even have a transport ship to hide them, so that's not great. Because apparently the ships just randomly die.
I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand, they love you, and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth, because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years.
Are you serious?
And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet.
Well, if you have to say it.
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years.
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
With our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life, he has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said,
"Oh God, Reagan
duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house?" I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election.
Okay, so we reclaimed our territories. Of course, whenever we reclaim our territories, we don't get free units.
A fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office.
And if I build ships, they just deteriorate, which is stupid. What kind of mechanic is that?
But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States.
Oh, it's finally time. Thanks for the sub, Oshun. I was beginning to wonder if the I can't even be cheeky right now.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away.
Revolution. Nelution. Revolution. Thank you for the follow. Oh, wait, there they are. Sweet. Nope. Hey, folks, back here. I was wondering why there was flashing lights. I thought maybe I was having like an aneurysm. But no, it's the lights. Because of course it's the lights. We don't care about epilepsy here in Trump country. I'm surprised they're actually singing a song that included LA. Can you please get in one of these boats? I don't care which one. Jesus. Brand new follower and already a sub. Way to go. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're a generous group out here. Oh, is this Vinland? Newfoundland? Get this show on the road. I know there's something out here. I don't quite remember what it was, though. A priest. Of course it was a priest. Is that it? Is that all we got? I feel like there was something else out here I needed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana.
That was that, yeah?
Thank
Two
you,
priests.
Kid Rock,
Okay.
sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song.
I mean, they do sing those songs with
delegates,
passion and conviction. I'll give them that.
I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
The 4 greatest years? I mean, the
Together
4
we will
greatest
launch a
additional
new era of
years, right?
safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart.
We rise
I am
together.
running to be
Isn't that a progressive
for all of
rallying
America,
cry?
not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Kayla Michelle 91, thank you for the follow.
Thank you very much.
Ooh, that's why we kept getting, there we go. That's a fight. There we go. I mean, it's apparently a very one-sided fight, but that...
Thank you very
all
much.
right.
And we will do it
A
right.
warrior hall?
Gonna do it right. Let me
Right.
begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support.
I don't think it's funny at
following
all,
the assassination attempt
Lady Chaos.
at my rally.
I don't think
on
it's funny
Saturday.
one bit.
As you already know,
Not
the
one
assassin
iota.
came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell.
Oh, I'm sure. That's why you're telling it
was
right
a
now.
warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily.
Oh my God!
Because I was discussing
Leave
the great
my
job my
fucking
administration
villagers
did on
alone!
immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Oh, so now the Secret Service are the good guys. They did all right. It's
These
all
are
good,
great
guys.
people. At
Now
great
it's okay.
risk, I will tell
It
you.
wasn't a second
And
ago,
pounced
but
on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet in a certain way I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that.
Whoops. That was not great.
The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that, and I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears, they bleed more. So we learned something, but this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance.
He'll probably say he got treated worse than Kennedy. Y'all are on one today, though.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah.
It's almost as if anything he says they're going to cheer wildly for or chant about.
But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
He didn't even call the family of the firefighter. Exactly.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead. And there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over.
No, don't tell them that
But I
Twitter
could see
is
it,
saying
and I
the exact opposite.
wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly
There aren't even
waiting
thousands of
and
people in
started
Butler
shouting,
County.
Fight, fight, fight.
Oh my God. I love the fanfic though. Let me tell you. Like, the delusion is real. And they tell really good stories.
Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me.
So he acknowledges the death and hasn't said a single thing
And
to the
two other great
to the
warriors.
survivors.
Spoke to them today.
Are you kidding me?
David Dutch and James Copenhagen. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and
Evidently,
prayers
that's
are
not
with
true.
them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated. And two
So
precious daughters.
Did they?
He lost
Because
his life
literally, she
selflessly
said he
acting
didn't
as a
talk to
human
her.
shield to protect them
So is he
from
just
flying bullets.
saying he
went
did
right
for
over
the sake
top
of
them and was hit.
sympathy?
What a fine man he was.
Oh, God. That's a new level of low. If that's what he's doing. He called her today. I see. So he can at least claim that he did it. Wait, wasn't there a priest or something here?
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including...
Oh, please
from a
tell me
friend of
we're
mine
almost
who's-
done with this fucking
Hold on,
mission.
he sent me a check right here. I just got it.
I think I picked
$1
two of the
million.
most tedious missions. The one was the most difficult, which is the
Dan
fall
Nolan,
of
thank
Roman England.
And again, when speaking
Holy
to the
crap.
family, I told them, I said, well,
And this one.
I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two.
Oh,
by
is
the
that
way,
what this is
they
for,
were
finally?
very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room.
Well, what's going to happen now, I
Thank you
wonder?
very much.
I doubt the battle's going to happen conveniently for me. Are they just going to attack random places? Because I'm going to be miffed.
Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves
I tagged
the
a comment on my
American people
Facebook
better
post.
than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way,
More
we
Shep.
will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight.
I
in my heart
imagine
and
what's
soul,
gonna
I
happen
pledge to our nation
that-
tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our
I
nation.
mean, I don't know.
We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly.
Challenge the
Thank you.
Jomsvikings at the Warriors Hall. I
This
don't know what that
election
means.
should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I think we're going to get it as much as we're going to get.
And we must not criminalize dissent or
So what's gonna happen?
demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should
So what am I
immediately
supposed
stop
to do?
weaponizing the justice system
Go there?
and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
Well, we kind of anticipated that. We definitely
And very
kind of
big
assumed
news,
that
as
was
you
going to happen.
probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against
So they
me
are attacking.
were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court.
Whoa. Why do I have units all the way over here?
The Democrats want
I
to
guess I must have
unify our
forgotten to
country.
grab them.
They should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am
Ew,
deeply
get closer
honored
to the
be
shore so I can
joined
attack you.
by my amazing wife, Melania.
There you guys are. Where's my army?
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful.
I have an army. They just had every single soldier under the sun. Where did they just go?
And put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron, we love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good
Hopefully
was Dana?
that
Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well,
is the Trump family modern day Rockefellers? I guess so.
It's good.
I don't know.
It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here, they called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people and we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country,
Yeah, no,
we'd have
he's
a much
just
stronger
giving.
and better country.
Why is it when I am president of the United States, my first executive order will legalize marijuana, my second will standardize health care across the country, my third will ensure that AIPAC will be dissolved, my fourth will ensure that Palestine will be free.
Jason.
Like, that would
Thank
be
you
my
very much.
victory speech.
Jason,
My
all day was
nomination
good.
speech.
I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you,
Holy
Jason.
shit, that was unnecessarily
But I'm
long.
thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side.
Fuck that.
The next vice president.
Not playing
of the
any
United
more of those
States, the current senator
victors
from
and
Ohio,
vanquished. That's
J.D. Vance, and
insane.
his incredible wife,
Although, to be fair, I
Usha.
think Ragnar and Vortigern are supposed to be the most difficult, but... Well, actually, didn't we say something like he'll probably be on here for a little longer? Still, that was frustrating. What?
Country, and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America.
Link.
Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people.
You can tell they're
So
in a very
enjoy-
loving
Time,
marriage.
Enjoy the ride.
Sorry, I was not aware that didn't... I'm trying to keep it up to speed, too, so my bad.
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
Earn. You're trying to earn. That was the word you were looking for. Not buy, earn. Buying the vote is illegal.
And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world
It's a
has never seen
gratuity.
before. We were right there in the first term.
Oh, you
We
got
hit with
zingers.
COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation
Yeah, those
of Space
regulation
Force,
cuts
the
are what are
rebuilding of our
directly
military. We did so
contributing
much.
to the piss poor
We did
economy
so
that we
much.
are
Right to
enduring
try,
right now.
Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience.
Joe
but it
Verse
does
trending
happen
on
a
Twitter.
lot.
I
They're
don't doubt
terminally ill
that.
And they can't use our new space age.
It's not
drugs and
Jover
other things
until
that we
it's
are aware of. We're
Jover.
The greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy?
The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected.
I'll let you guys
again.
watch that for a quick second.
No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe.
Restore patriotism. People sit all over patriotism, and he wants to beat the idea of it's wrong into them. Yeah.
And all of Asia, and our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce
Hold
people.
on a second,
people.
folks. We might have some breaking news.
We don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe
We
what
are
they're doing?
getting...
But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more.
Apparently, you're better at finding it than
People
me.
don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher.
The T is that what we're seeing is that Biden for President campaign is calling an all-staff meeting for Friday, which probably means he is in fact stepping down, but I'm not seeing anything that says he has stepped down.
The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion.
And then
we gave our military
the link that Oshun shared with us basically says that Democratic voters want a primary.
Built most of the wall is
How
built,
funny would that be if somebody snuck onto that stage?
What's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands.
Please be Sam Ronan. Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it?
We're not going to let that happen.
Listen, I'm here for it. We already got a lot of
international crisis.
The staff ready to go too. Thank you, Cosmopolis, for the follow. Appreciate that.
Including the horrible war with Russia.
So me and Princess Kayla for VP.
Never happened if I was
Oshun
president.
and
the war caused by
what did you change your name to on here? Lady Chaos. Will be on the administrative staff. Let's go.
Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it?
So apparently Newsmax has claimed that Biden is officially stepping down, but that's also a right-wing rag. But Newsmax,
we will not
Biden
let you do any
officially
business in this country,
stepping
and we will put
down.
tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal.
That should be the number one thing.
Horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again.
On Newsmax.
The election result, we're never going to let that happen again.
Oh, it's likely this weekend.
We're never going to let it happen again.
So
and they took
don't jump the gun,
and they did
but it is very likely
possible for Iran.
You gave me that link 2 hours ago.
Close to having a
I was busy conquering England, Francia, and the Netherlands, Scandinavia. Sorry. Okay.
In the history of the United States, think of it.
And it was an extremely frustrating mission too. So much so it made me want to stop playing the game. We all tried to get your attention.
Just one time.
Well,
the damage that he's done to this country is
I was going to say something very inappropriate.
Together we will restore vision, strength, confidence, and have a thing called common sense, making most of our decisions.
See, that is the problem with streaming and my phone being on silent and playing video games while a bunch of stuff is going on. I need the staff right here.
We had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy.
So that I can't be ignored.
In the history of the world, we had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living.
I'm going to make a sad face emoji every time you guys pick on me. I'm going to be like this.
Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this.
Do you remember when the Germany post World War II had inflation and they had $1 trillion mark bills that were worth less than the paper? they were
tragedy
printed
and
on?
failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today,
I
our cities
remember.
are flooded with
I mean, I
illegal
wasn't there,
aliens.
but
Americans are being squeezed out
I remember
of the
that
labor
was a
force,
thing.
and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited.
That one caught me off guard a little bit. With great humility.
And by the way,
and a straight face, he
the
said.
news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they have ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a convention, first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love, it's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%. Gasoline is up.
Did I miss
60
Cosmopolitics
and 70%.
earlier?
Mortgage rates have quadrupled.
No, I did not. Okay.
And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world.
Oh, let's just make bold claims about anything that we can
debt
think of.
$36 trillion. We will start reducing that. And
The younger
we will
dim in
also
the
reduce
article
your
is just an
taxes further.
arbitrary,
Next.
they want somebody
And by the
who's
way, they wanna
younger.
raise your
It's not
taxes
somebody in particular.
4 times.
It's not
Think
me.
of it. And all my
Although
life,
I am
grew up
technically
watching
registered a
politicians. I
Democrat.
always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax
It
cut.
should
right,
be, yeah.
Mr. Congressman?
After
That's
all
they
these
talked
years,
about.
they
This is the only
finally
administration
reach
that
out to
said,
me after
"We're gonna
all
raise your
this time. They're like,
taxes
you
by
know
4
what?
times what you're
Remember
paying
that
now,
crazy
and people are
kid who
supposed to
got
vote
on
for it?"
stage and made
I've
us look
never
like
heard it.
dirtbags
You're
with
paying
just
too
5
much.
minutes of
We're gonna
airtime?
reduce
Yeah,
your
let's get him back
taxes
on the stage. He can turn
still
this shit
further. We
around.
gave you the
Let's
biggest one, as
go.
I said. We're going
I mean,
to
I
give you
could.
more,
I
and it's going to
guarantee
lead
you,
to tremendous
one
growth.
debate
We want
with that
growth in our
clown,
country. That's what's gonna
and the
pay
whole
off our
country
debt.
would be like,
And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of
Excuse
taxpayer
me?
dollars that is fueling the
Ronan
inflation
is
crisis.
the
We
right
spent
way.
Trillions of dollars
Thrive
on things having
together,
to do with the green
2024.
scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflation.
And this isn't arrogance or cockiness. This is just, I would actually talk about policy.
And all of the trillions
And
of dollars that
this
are
would be
sitting
the
there
entire
not yet
debate.
spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams.
I don't know what all that was about, but as president,
meaningless,
someone who's going to represent
new
you,
scam
these
ideas.
are my visions for the future and the answers to the questions. Like, he'll be like, you're just some kid who doesn't know what they're doing. You're just some Democrat. And it's like, buddy, I've ran both. And I was actually in the Air Force. I actually did answer my nation's call and serve my country. But carrying on, like, it would be too easy to beat him. Even being petty back, even doing little, it would be
And
too
right
easy.
now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast.
I didn't suddenly get bone spurs. No, I developed them over years. And I'm still out there running and doing fitness.
In the world, we're going to bring it back.
He's out there saying things are bad that were once good when he was in charge. The second a good thing was about to happen, he said, do not let it happen because it ruins his case to say re-elect him. Well, even then, it wasn't good. Like, that's the problem. It wasn't good under Trump.
And if they don't agree with us,
fine.
we'll put a
Gas
tariff
prices
of
were lower.
approximately
Fine.
100 to 200%
Interest rates were a
of each
little
dollar.
lower.
And they will
In
be
2020,
unsellable in the United
this is when I
States.
bought my house. But
We have long been
for the most
taken
part, his
advantage
policies
of by
led to
other
the
countries.
exact conditions that we're dealing with today.
And think of it,
Just like Calvin
oftentimes
Coolidge
these other
and
countries are
the guy
considered
after
so-called
led
allies.
directly
They've taken
to
advantage of us
the
for
Great
years.
Depression.
We lose jobs, we lose revenue. they gain
Deregulation of
everything
capitalism
and wipe
is
out our
only ever going to
businesses,
result
wipe out
in
our
the
people.
suffering of the many.
I
That's
stopped
how
it
that
for
always
4
works
years.
out.
I stopped it.
A government's
and we're
purpose is to
really
support
ready to
and
make
serve the people.
changes like
And if it
nobody had
doesn't
seen
do
before.
that,
And remember,
why does it exist?
USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is
Exactly,
they
pop
say
culture.
the best trade deal ever made.
And it's funny too, because my
Actually,
border
probably
security
the best
policy
trade deal was the
is
deal I made with China,
even
where they buy $50 billion worth of our
is
product. They
certainly
buy nothing.
aggressive. It's
They
like, all
buy
right, fine,
$50
let's give them
billion worth.
jobs
They had to,
and let's make them work
but I don't
at
even
the
talk about
border
it because of COVID. I
and
don't
do
even
the things
mention
that
it,
we
frankly,
need
because
as a
of what
country.
happened with
Let's have
the
them
China
start
virus.
the initial high-speed rail system. Like, there's so many ways to treat this as a humanitarian job opportunity that instead of putting people in cages in tent cities, it's insane to me. And yeah, fine, there might be some few bad apples that get in. So when they get in and they're bad apples and they do bad things, you hold them accountable. There are Americans who were born and raised in America doing bad things, i.e. the guy who tried to assassinate Trump. You don't just blame... Well, you should blame society, but you get the idea.
And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs.
Is he going to
We
drag
will
this
take over
out
the
until
auto
11?
industry again, and
Because then I might
many,
play
many,
something.
Hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that
Yeah, same.
include
And
something
it
else
sucks.
that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying
Not
in a
another
nice one.
35 minutes.
It's called no tax
of him
on
just-
tips. No tax on no
I
tax
swear, all
on
he's doing is just repeating the same talking points over and over and over again. And it's annoying, is what it is.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello.
That's not what I meant.
I'll see you there
Bring
very
back
soon,
mean
everybody.
Trump?
And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant.
Repeating the
in
same words that are
the Trump
synonyms?
building on the Strip, and it's a great building. And the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, Sarah, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security.
Are
and
you
Medicare
kidding me?
because all of these
Project
people, by the millions
2025
that are coming in, they're
directly,
going to be on
not
Social
implicitly,
Security and Medicare
not
and other things, and you're not
alluding
able
to or
afford it.
allegedly
They are
saying
destroying your
is
Social Security
it
and your
literally
Medicare.
explicitly
Under my plan,
states that it
incomes
is going to
will
undermine
skyrocket,
Social Security and
inflation
Medicare.
will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly.
Do people
But no
watch
hope
this
or
just so
dream
they can
we
get
have
angry?
for America can succeed unless
Just
we
to
stop
vent
the
their rage? Because, like, this is
illegal
making me
immigrant
angry.
Invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries.
Well,
would
that
fight
is
with
how
sticks
crazy
and
the
stones
disconnect is.
not to let
It's
this
also
happen.
how
The invasion
weak
at
the
our
messaging
southern
is
border,
of the
we will
DNC
stop
that
it,
they
and we will
can't
stop
even
it
counteract
quickly. You heard
that
Tom
particular
Homan
argument.
yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot
Is he
easier
just
if they don't have to
talking
do anything, but
now?
they
Is
want
he
to.
just
They're
like
patriots. Brandon
chilling?
Judd, Border Patrol.
Chilling with the audience now?
ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does.
Why can't he just be a streamer like
MS-13,
Alex
you
Jones
have these
or
are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes
Joe
in
Rogan?
there.
Can't he
And I know
just
a lot of people
can't he
on
just
these
have a
shows here, and they're very
podcast
tough people,
and spout his
but they don't
hateful
wanna do
rhetoric
this
there?
job.
Why
They
does
go
he have to
into a
run for
pack
president?
of
Can't he just
MS-13
have
killers.
a
They're the
podcast?
worst- probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands.
I feel like
and
that would be
thousands
much
out
better.
in my 4 years.
But
We
maybe-
moved them out,
maybe
and it
I'm
was a
wrong.
pleasure,
I don't
but
know.
ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them.
We're gonna try playing another game.
They take them
I
back.
swear
and
to
they
God,
get
if
them
this is as
out of our
tilting
country. And
as,
the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up and I said, "Tell them that
as
we're not
the
giving
Ragnar
them economic
thing?
aid anymore." And the next day, I
I'm
got
gonna
calls
lose
from all
my
these
mind.
countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by
Nope,
everybody.
this is gonna be
Couldn't
just as
take all the
tilting,
calls.
isn't it?
Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one.
The sacred and sovereign borders. The ones that were fought for and...
That means two things on day one.
Oh no, don't
right?
die.
Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats,
Pretty sure he
want
can't die,
people
right?
to come into our
Or
country,
isn't supposed
but
to.
they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right?
but you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud, stopped human trafficking, and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia.
I honestly don't know what's worse, though. Deportation or putting them in for-profit prisons.
It is an invasion
the for-profit
indeed,
prisons,
and this
because
administration does
technically,
absolutely
concentration
nothing to
camps is
stop
what they
them.
are. They weren't
They're
for-profit
coming
when
from
the Nazis
prisons.
were doing
They're
it.
coming from jails. They're
So the
coming
fact that
from
we're
mental
profiting off of concentration
institutions
camps is
and
actually
insane
worse.
you know, the press is always on
And
me 'cause I say
that's, I
this.
mean, just disgusting.
Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know,
seriously, he's trying to evoke the name of Eisenhower, one of the single greatest heroes, war heroes of American history. Sure, he had his social justice issues, not arguing that.
A precious,
but he's going to evoke that name.
Last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. His White House let them in.
He coming back? Did we
then
lose?
Attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country.
Oh, he's
doing
right there.
Tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted,
I don't want to lose him.
and horrifically killed. Yet
We're not
another
going to get him
American
back,
life
are we?
was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As
Okay,
we
so
bring
that was just an
security
outright
to our
loss.
streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious, the press would say. He was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea's acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were
it's not even a speech. It's just talking trash.
No arms, no legs. Face explosions.
And I wish I was in any way, form, or fashion wrong about that.
And by the way,
but
we
I'm
have
not.
a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
Don't you dare thank me for shit, motherfucker.
He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price.
I'm going to laugh, though, if somehow mentioning that gets people to
he was a real hero,
come to my page for some reason. That would be
and I hope that everybody gets
hilarious.
out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You're going to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it.
Wow.
The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal
I
is that?
thought
He
maybe
walked out,
I misheard him, but he really said
You
that.
know that right now Afghanistan is
Oh
one of the
my
largest
God.
sellers of weapons in the world. They're selling the brand new beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it, he actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18
Baba
months,
213223 with the MAGA. Hey, at least you followed first.
18.
That's good. You're following directions. I'll take it.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had
We
that
should have
horrible
made
attack.
this a drinking game. Drink whenever
they
he
also
says
gave up
beautiful.
Bagram, one
If
of the
we
biggest
did that, we
bases
would be
anywhere in the
dead
world,
already.
bases anywhere in the world. The
Like,
longest
no
runways,
joke.
most powerful,
Actually dead.
hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up, and I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be,
Do
"What's
you
wrong with
really
our
believe
president?"
Biden
You
is
don't even
better?
hear this. You're not hearing
Nope.
about
Never
this.
said so.
Russia has
So I don't know why
submarines and warships 60 miles
that's the
away,
conclusion
Mr.
you drive. I
Congressman,
think I'm actually the
from
better
Miami,
candidate,
by the way,
to be
happens to
perfectly
be
honest.
Correct?
I am
In
better
Cuba.
than both Trump and Biden
That
as a
would not be
candidate.
stood for if it were somebody else. They don't even mention.
Go to
they don't wanna mention it, but now
www.samronan.com.
maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price.
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and cap. All right. www.samronan.com. It's literally in my About Me page. And as far as trolling goes, you're really bad at it.
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't.
No,
have
it's
wars.
not one
I
or
had
the
no
other.
Wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could.
We
stop
could,
wars with a
and Biden's
telephone call.
about to be dropping out, so
I could
you're
stop
also
wars
not
with
even
just a
informed.
telephone call. If properly stated,
A beautiful
we
website
never
with
stop.
beautiful policies. I
We
appreciate
will
that.
replenish our military and build an iron dome.
It was a
missile defense
beautiful amount
system
of money,
to
too,
ensure
that I
no enemy
paid.
can strike our homeland. And this great iron
And then
dome will
I
be built
added beautiful pictures to it because
entirely
it's all
in the
beautiful.
USA, we're going to build it. The USA and Wisconsin.
Are you guys gonna not attack the
Wisconsin,
wolves?
just like I gave you that massive ship.
I forgot to pin the
contract, and you're doing a very
best
nice
quote I
job,
heard tonight,
Governor, right?
where you said this is like a hoedown
Thank
in
you,
Mississippi
Governor.
Trailer
And
Park
they're
or
doing
whatever.
A great job. In fact, I had a
It's
little
the
design
best
change. We gave them
website
tremendous-
ever.
Essentially, what we used to call destroyers.
I don't know, it
These
is
are
pretty
now
good.
most
I wanted
beautiful.
it modeled
They look
after
like
one that I
yachts, so
saw
we
in
have to
England.
take the bow and we have to make
Had
it a little
lots of
nicer and
vivid
a little
colors,
point at the
great,
top instead of a flat nose.
addressing
And
of the
people
issues.
at the shipyard said, "This guy sort of knows what he's doing." We have most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have.
Am I a great
lot of that
businessman?
built right here.
Well, I
State of
didn't get a
Wisconsin
small loan of
all
$1
over
million
states.
from
Israel has an iron
my
dome.
dad.
They have a missile defense system.
And nor did I inherit another like
342
$100
missiles
so
were
million
shot into
dollars.
Israel, and
But
only one got through a little
with
bit. It was
the
badly wounded
business
and
that
fell
I
to the
have
ground.
done,
Most of them are. And Ronald
I
Reagan
have
wanted
been
this
quite
many years
successful,
ago,
yes.
but we really didn't
Esoterra
have the
has sold
technology many years ago. Remember
over
they
40
called it
games,
Starship,
which
Spaceship,
from an independent developer is actually
anything
pretty
to
damn
mock
good.
him. But he was a very good
Are we
president.
done with
Very,
Baba?
very
I don't
good.
know. I think he's trolling. But doing a very bad job,
But
I
now
think
we
it's
have
actually
unbelievable
more of an insult to himself than it is
Other countries have this and we don't. No,
that
we're
he's
gonna build
actually
an iron dome
interrupting
over our country,
anything.
and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an
I mean, if
economic
he would actually
development
look at the
standpoint,
website,
we'll
that
make
would
it
be
all right
impressive.
here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many
We probably
other
already do
diseases.
have cures to cancer.
We're going to get to the
and
bottom
corporations are preventing it from being
Remember
released.
this gentleman that
Don't
I
know
met
why
in
you think
Mexico,
everyone
but
is
one
out to
time I
get
had
you.
Because, when
Because
said
you're
the
being
10 worst, I had to
blatantly
do it.
antagonistic
I didn't want anybody to be confused.
and
But this man
disingenuous.
said, we're going to find
So
the cure
yeah,
to cancer. Nothing happened.
in this case, I think I'm
We're gonna
absolutely
get to the
correct.
Cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
Oh, lo, lo. Oh, lo, lo. Oh, lo, lo.
And we will restore and renovate our nation's
I
once
will
great
load
cities,
the
making
shit
them
out of
safe,
him.
clean and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from
Ooh,
Wisconsin.
there was
they go
another
look at the
Wololo.
Washington Monument. They end up getting
All right, well, how the hell are
stabbed,
we
killed, or
supposed to
shot.
get here then?
We will be very soon very proud of our capital. Again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. I mean, we're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it.
Oh,
All
no,
of these
no,
countries
no,
wanna
no.
do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to
That was almost
produce
bad.
the new, if you look at some of
That
the
was
things
almost
that
an
have been done,
oopsie.
and some of the things that we're
An
going to
oopsie
do.
daisy, even.
But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8
Honestly,
chargers
Ocean, if
in a
you want to
certain
drag him, you
location
can.
toward the
Otherwise,
Midwest.
just ban him.
8 chargers.
He's not even an
for
entertaining
$9
troll.
billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric.
Where the
They
hell?
have their application.
How am I
But if
supposed to even
somebody
get
wants
there?
to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1.
Guess we'll come back here. Hey, I
So to
found the priest.
conclude, just a few
There
short
he
days
is.
ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal
Oh, crap.
of a thing we love very much. It's
Perfect.
called
All
America.
right, so now we can go get...
We live in a world of
whoa!
miracles. None of us knows
Look at
God's
this.
plan
I get
or
to
where
research stuff. Let's
life's adventure
go.
will take us.
That was about it,
Thank
though.
Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man.
All right, let's get you over here.
He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language.
Banned. He wasn't fun enough to
I
drag.
was a
No,
little
that's
embarrassed.
fair.
I said,
Hey, but at least they have to
I
follow
said, it won't
now
make any
in order to
difference. Actually, it
spew
does.
their
The story's
stupidity.
not quite as good, but I've been very good.
I forgot that you can
The story
set
is
chat
not
to
quite as
followers
good, to
only.
be honest. I've got to have a little
Whoa,
talk
did
with
we get
Frank,
rated?
But he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father
welcome
was
to the
so
channel.
incredible. Billy Graham. My father used to love. take
We're
me to
playing
see
Age of
Billy
Empires
Graham.
while watching
My father
and
would take me
listening
to see
to
Billy Graham at
the
Yankee
RNC
Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever
convention.
seen. He was a good rally guy too.
It's
But he'd get
we're
up
not
and
pro-Trump.
He was a fantastic guy. My father
We're-
loved Billy Graham.
We're not exactly
But I
pro
love
Biden
Franklin
either.
Graham. I think Franklin's
We're
been
very much so
fantastic, and I'm
not pro
working
Biden.
so hard to adhere to his note to me.
So,
I'm working hard on it, Franklin.
but
if the
this
events
channel
of
is
last
also
Saturday
full
make
of
anything clear,
policies
it
and
is that every
platform of
single
our own,
moment we have
and
on
that is
earth
what we are
is a
advocating
gift
is
from
a
God.
better political process. Oh, those four
We
people
have to
left.
make
Okay,
the
never
most
mind.
of
We're
every
back to
day
our
for
normal.
the people and for the country that we love.
Ah,
The
dang.
attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to
Dang.
stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me.
No,
It has
don't get
always
the
been about
priest. What are you
It's your
doing?
movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped.
Ah, too
It
bad I
can't be
can't convert the priest. That would
It
have
has
been funny.
always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled
Sweet.
for too little. We
Got
settled
'em.
for too little. We've given everything to other nations.
Oh, no,
other
get them.
people.
Get 'em.
You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here
we
tonight
drove
with the
them
opposite
out.
message. Your expectations are not big enough.
Why are these
Not big
bears
enough.
so weak?
It
And I
is
don't
time
mind,
to
I guess,
start
but
expecting and demanding
weird.
the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy
Let's
and
see.
use it to realize our country's
Can I
true
just get that guy?
potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come
Nice.
together.
Get over here,
and
buddy.
success
Let's
will
go.
bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word
Damn,
devotion.
that
It's
worked.
unmatched
That worked so good.
Our American ancestors
No,
crossed the Delaware,
do
survived
not
the icy
get
winter
across
at
the
Valley
line there.
Forge and defeated a mighty
Hold on, maybe we can
empire
get the
to
axeman.
establish
Let's
our
go, let's go,
cherished
let's go, let's go, let's
republic.
go, let's go.
They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles
Nice.
across a
Let's
dangerous
go.
frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home
The
for
whole
their
cult revolves around Trump.
They
It
packed
sure
their
do.
families into covered wagons,
And about the
trekked
patriotic
across
Americans, he tries to destroy anybody who doesn't do
hazardous
patriotism his
trails,
way. Yep.
Scaled towering mountains and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new,
Ooh, another
and
priest.
very beautiful frontier. When our way
Let's
of life
go.
was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies
Procaster? Hell
to
yeah.
keep alive the flame of freedom.
We're just playing
At
the
Yorktown,
the missions
Gettysburg,
though, so don't
and
get
midway,
too
they
excited.
joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many.
I do intend to start doing more ranked content
people,
as
and we have to
well
cherish
I
those
get
people.
better.
We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people.
But for now,
And
that is
building
not
monuments
the
to those
current
great people
objective.
is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country.
Nice.
No
Got two
challenge was
priests.
too
Let's
much.
go.
No hardship was too great.
Actually, hold on.
No enemy was too fierce. Together, these
Stop.
patriots sold
For 5
your
seconds,
love,
please.
endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other. Faith.
We're
in
gonna
their
get two
country, and above
boyos.
all, they had faith in their God.
2 boyos. There we go.
Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences.
Procaster went bye-bye.
Any disagreements
All
have
good.
to be put aside and go forward.
what did he say? I
united
missed
as
it.
one people, one nation, pledging allegiance.
Immediately
to one
went to
great,
something bad, I'm
beautiful,
assuming.
I think it's so beautiful. American flag.
His
Tonight
poor
I
grasp
ask
of
for your
history, yeah.
partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote.
Oh no.
Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten.
Whoa,
no
whoa,
longer.
whoa, whoa,
We will
whoa,
press
whoa.
forward,
This is
and together we will
you
win,
motherfuckers.
win.
Are you fucking kidding me? Ah, he said free Israel. That's just dumb. That's not even edgy. That's just straight up dumb.
Win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail.
He can go bye-bye. Yep. That's my nice way of saying that he can go
Together
himself.
we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will
can I get the
usher in
Jarl?
the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
I can use adjectives. I learned them. I'm surprised the trolling is happening so much right now, though.
And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much.
Like, we haven't gotten much trolling at all in the past couple of weeks. And now all of a sudden, we're getting like 3 or 4 of them in a row at
Thank you very
midnight.
much, everybody. Thank you.
Is it finally over? Wow. All right. Enough of that. Let's do something, I don't know, literally anything else. Literally anything else would be desirable. Not that I can actually read that. Oops. Press the wrong button. A different ticket by next something. Melania went out there. How to attack your opponent in Age of Empires 2. He was a gamer! Oh no, we're doing that again? Pierce Morgan. Jaws drop as leftist gives his opinion on something. Woke VTuber brains explode over Trump surviving. Oh. How familiar are you with SQL? Not very. There we go. Let's do that, I guess, since it's still political. I need to see what's happening on my screen so I don't
Hi everyone, I'm
lose
Maggie
my
McGrath,
press
senior
again.
editor at Forbes. These past several days have brought a bevy of headlines about the presidential election and whether or not President Biden will remove himself from the race. Here to give us some context and explain this moment in history
How
is
about you
presidential
all move?
historian David Greenberg. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Sure, glad to be with you. Busy times.
Busy times. As I said to you before we started recording, I feel like I've lived a year in the last week. But let's talk about where we are right now. As we are recording this, top Democrats are calling on President Biden to drop out of the presidential race. What is the precedent for something like this to happen after so many voters have voted in the primaries?
Really, there is none. The primary system as we know it sort of started in 1972. There were primaries before that going all the way back to the
Let's
early
not
1900s.
walk to a
But
tower,
only
maybe?
in the 70s
I don't know.
did they become the binding method for choosing the party's nominee. And since then, no one has ever dropped out after winning, which Biden, of course, won. He ran pretty much unopposed. There was kind of token
He
opposition
didn't run
in the form of
unopposed.
Dean Phillips,
Nobody was allowed
admirable
to run
Minnesota
against him.
congressman who
There was
warned
that's a
that
distinct
Biden was
difference.
not in good enough health or sort of at the top of his game, strong enough to beat Trump in a rematch. But at the time, of course, people stuck with Biden, trusted in Biden, and voted for Biden. So we really are in uncharted.
That is
territory.
literally not
You
what
have to
happened.
go back to the
That is, in
years
fact, the
before
opposite of what
primaries
happened.
Were the method for selecting nominees. And back then, that was done by the delegates. Party leaders in each state, governors.
Oh, so
state
the
senators,
superdelegates
that sort
thing
of
was
thing,
the way it was supposed to
who
be.
Would decide
That's-
our state's
that's
going for
wonderful.
Kennedy, our state's going for Adlai Stevenson, and they would.
Did I
decide
miss
who the
Melania's
nominee was,
speech?
not the voters at
Dang.
large.
That's
so are we in a
unfortunate.
situation now where if President Biden drops out of the race, it's down to these delegates at the DNC?
That's exactly right. So right now, the delegates are bound, they're pledged to vote for Biden. But he can release them from that. He's the only one who can do that. That's why people have been sort of waiting on Biden to say, I'm ready to step aside, which, as we're talking right now, he still hasn't done, although it's looking like that's at least more of a possibility than it seemed, a week or two ago. So we will have a sort of strange and unfamiliar situation where roughly 4,000 people will get to decide who they want the nominee to be. And if there's one person nominated, then it'll be easy. If there's several people nominated, it'll be whoever gets to 50% of the delegates first. You may have to have several ballots before one person clears 50%.
Of course, we're dealing in hypotheticals here, but just to continue down this hypothetical path, if President Biden drops out, he's on a ticket with Vice President Harris. So would he say, or could he confer his delegates to Vice President Harris, or do the delegates literally just get to be on the DNC floor and say, I want Bernie Sanders back, or I want Hillary Clinton back?
Now that would be friggin' awesome.
There?
Yeah, the delegates get to decide. I mean, Biden can put his thumb on the scales by saying, I endorse Vice President Harris. And if he does that, it would likely be in concert with other party leaders to try to create a fait accompli, the sense that she is the hand-picked successor and that most of the delegates would therefore go along. It's also the case that, it changes from convention to convention, but each year the rules specify how a nomination is made, how many signatures or votes you
But
need
we'll
to
stick
be a
with
full-fledged
what we know
nominee
for now.
that is, nominated to be the nominee. So
we haven't been running
you
into
might
much
not have
ranged.
more than one candidate, but if it's a truly
I want to
open
cast my B vote
convention,
for
as we
Bernie
call it,
again, yeah.
Then, in the past, sometimes people have from the floor.
Well,
on
actually, I
the
just
second
realized
day
the
of
convention's
convention,
over, so
third day of the
technically we
convention,
don't
and
need to
still
be
don't have a nominee.
streaming at the moment.
Someone new is put into the mix, and that scrambles everything.
I guess I
don't
just
think
got
we're likely to go
caught up into the
that
game
route
again.
this year, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
So anything is possible, it sounds like.
Spend summer with the Venmo debit card. Spend nights in, nights out.
Well, certainly there's a broad range of possibilities.
yeah,
I mean,
I
right
think-
now, what I'm hearing is
Well,
that
not that
there's,
this game is going to end
a sense
anytime
that
soon,
Harris
unfortunately.
should be
This is
the
not going to be
nominee
one
if
of
it's
those
not
quick
Biden.
missions.
But there's a lot of other people
By
who
any
look
stretch
at
of the
her
imagination.
polling and say she's not that strong against Trump. Shouldn't the party put forward
I'll wait until my
the
units get
person
back to
who
where
would
they're
be the
supposed to
best,
be?
strongest nominee? If we're going this unprecedented route of asking, let's face it, a successful one-term president who's proven himself capable of beating Trump, if we're asking him to step aside after having won all the primaries, we should only take that extraordinary measure in order to get the best candidate out there. And depending on, your analysis, that may or may not be Vice President Harris.
Who are these delegates? You mentioned a few potential titles in your comments.
Who
before,
are these
but I
delegates
guess
indeed?
I'm wondering
Let's
because if I'm a
rehash
voter
the
in
2016 election
Pennsylvania or
yet
any
again.
of the states,
Say the line,
I think
DNC.
I'm probably feeling a little bit like, hey, I did my duty as a citizen. I voted
What
in
primaries
the
did
primary, and
Biden
now my
win? There were no
candidate,
real
again, in
primaries.
this hypothetical
Exactly.
scenario, is dropping out. So can I, as a voter, call a delegate and say, I want you to put forward.
I could barely
Bernie
get a hold
Sanders
of the
because I loved him so much
delegates
in
as a
2016, or I think
candidate.
Hillary Clinton is the only person
Never
who can beat Donald
mind.
Trump.
Never
Can
mind a
regular
citizen.
voters do that?
Well, they certainly can try. You can certainly weigh
They
in.
can certainly try.
Whether or not you'll have
Oh,
influence
truer
is,
words. Truer words.
Remain to be seen. These delegates.
Actually,
when
this
you
is kind of
voted,
fun.
let's
I
say
think
you're
we
a
might finish
Pennsylvania
this.
Voter. When you voted for Joe Biden back in the primary, you weren't
but you're not a
actually
delegate.
voting for Joe Biden. I mean, you were, but you were really voting for a list of names of people who had pledged
Guys,
themselves
over here.
to be Joe Biden
Over
delegates. If Dean Phillips, let's say, had actually won in Pennsylvania, a different group of individuals would be going to the convention representing Pennsylvania.
Whoa.
They would be people loyal to Dean Phillips. So these people who are loyal to Joe Biden, again, they tend to be prominent state politicians or mid-level politicians, but not always. They might be somebody active in a union, or just sort of people who are locally active in politics and manage to get their name on the ballot as a Biden delegate. And we think that they will probably have leanings much like Biden, sort of center-left, mainstream liberal, but some of them may track more left-wing progressive than Biden. And in theory, that could be a problem if you have people wanting to nominate a Bernie Sanders or an AOC or a Ro Khanna or somebody who's way out of the mainstream and would likely get demolished by Trump.
Now, there's another phrase or word that we might hear in the coming months.
I was thinking
and that's
superdelegates. I'm sorry.
What is
You're
the
right.
difference between a delegate and superdelegate, and how do they play
Yeah,
into this
and
process?
Biden is 100% a right
So in
winger,
the
yes.
1980s, the Democrats created the second class of delegates called superdelegates. I think they're now called automatic delegates, but everyone still calls them superdelegates. These are people who simply by virtue of their position, being a sitting governor, elected member of Congress, certain other offices, automatically get a vote. But under new rules, they don't get a vote on that first ballot. So in most of our last 50, 60 years, we've only had one ballot. That's all it took because you had a winner going into the convention. But in an open convention, those first 4,000 delegates might divide themselves among 4 different possibilities. So then on the second round, the superdelegates also get a vote. So their preferences are now in consideration. And the thinking is they would sort of weight the choice, toward a more established, mainstream, proven elected official, less likely than an ordinary delegate to back someone who's either ideologically eccentric or has an unusual background or that kind of thing.
Speaking of unusual backgrounds, you parlayed your answer right into my next question, which is we are speaking during the RNC. It's ongoing as we speak. And candidate Trump has nominated or chosen J.D. Vance as his vice president this time around, and J.D. Vance spoke at the convention. J.D. Vance, of course, is an author, and he is a senator in Ohio, but it's a relatively young political career. Can you put into context for us J.D. Vance's
She wasn't even
vice
allowed to talk at
presidential
the convention in
candidacy? How does he
2016?
compare to other people who are typically chosen for
No!
vice president?
Since
Go, go,
the
go, go.
early 1980s,
Go, go, go.
there's been a systematic attack on our middle class.
Ooh.
And the lockdown was the coup de grace. It was the biggest shift in wealth in human history. I blame President Trump. Now, President Trump, in fairness, will tell people the lockdown wasn't my idea. My bureaucrats rolled me on it. But that's not a good enough excuse. He was the president of the United States. You need a president who can stand up to his bureaucracy.
Oh, I should have,
Yes, well,
I don't know how
Vance
we're going to
is,
deal with that castle,
usually
folks. I can't believe you're willingly up this late. Yeah,
is Richard Nixon, because Nixon, when
mistakes
he was
were made.
chosen by Dwight Eisenhower in 1952, was also quite young, still in his 30s, had been senator for just 2 years, had been a congressman for 4 years before that.
I guess I'm still caught up in the game here. I don't know how we're going to beat this castle, though.
This was sort of before he really became known as Tricky Dick in the mind of the public at
likely
large.
to survive. Okay.
And Eisenhower
Let's see if he'll
thought that
survive.
Nixon could sort of unite the right wing.
I wanted to see
wing
if
of, like,
there
Joe
was
McCarthy and sort of the
whatchamacallit,
real, like, fiercely anti-communist side
murder holes?
with the more moderate wing that Eisenhower represented. And Nixon was kind of seen as able to bridge that. Vance, in his own way, could be seen as a bridge. You know, he started off certainly as a conservative. If people have read Hillbilly Elegy, there's certainly notes of conservative policy prescription.
Nice.
Kind of a moderate,
all right, that's what I wanted to see.
A fairly appealing voice as the success.
That
of his
is what I wanted
book
to
and the
see, was
movie that
whether
based
or
on it,
not
The Test. Went to Yale Law School, where he was surrounded by a lot of
there was
liberal
murder
people
holes,
seemed
and there
able to
isn't.
make his way in that world. But in the last few years, he's really turned toward a more Trumpy kind of right-wing conservatism. You know,
Nice.
being very dismissive
Let's
of
go.
the importance of Ukraine and protecting Europe. You know, being more protectionist on issues like trade, and some of these issues where Trump has taken the Republican Party in a more reactionary direction, or populist direction, as some people might call it. So it's hard to know where Vance's, you know, true political leanings lie, or if, you know, as a relatively young man, he's still in the process of figuring them out.
I see. I was going to ask you what his vice presidency candidacy signals about the direction of the GOP. Is it too soon to say?
Well, I think it certainly does indicate, you know, a further move away from, let's call it, Reaganism. You know, Mike Pence 8 years ago was a very different kind of choice. Although Pence was and is a very conservative man, he was sort of tied to that mainstream, what we used to call the conservative movement. He had been a conservative talk radio host. You know,
Pence was a conservative talk radio host?
And had ties to the Christian right.
He's becoming a vampire.
Trump
No,
sort of
I'm actually more inclined to stay up late. Plus, I have this
that
bright light
wing
on, so it's
that
actually keeping me
maybe
more awake
was
than
then sort of
normal.
The mainstream conservative wing
Definitely a
that,
right winger.
you know,
They've interviewed
Trump
his classmates,
was
and they
not
said he
going
was
to veer
always
too
conservative.
far
They
in
also
his own,
explained how he may have accidentally
policies
made that
from what
donation to
conservatives
Act Blue.
wanted. Now,
Which is
8
even.
years later,
I guess it isn't
you
funny,
look
but
at, say,
it just
who are
goes
the
to show that,
Republicans in
like.
Congress, who are the people that the Republican Party has nominated for governor and senator? You know, it's a very different profile of person, and on many issues, they differ. They still tend to be, you know, a party of tax cutting and anti-government, but that kind of rhetoric is less prominent, and it's much more kind of inward turn, much more an explicit cultivation of the working class vote. The white working class originally, but now increasingly black and Hispanic as well. So Vance, with this sort of, you know, coming from Appalachia, coming from a working class background, Rust Belt, is really sort of playing to that audience and to the hope that this is the future direction of the Republican Party, that he could be someone, that Trump could see as an heir apparent, which, with Mike Pence was never really the case.
You mentioned appealing to working class voters, and I'm thinking about the Teamsters president who spoke at the RNC. And as we talk about history that's been made this week, this is perhaps more of a policy wonk piece of history, but that has never happened. You normally hear union and you think DNC, if anyone's going to speak at a convention. Can you put into perspective the significance of the Teamsters appearing at the RNC?
Yeah, well, back in the 70s, and even maybe the late 60s a little bit, was when you first saw this drift of the working class from Democratic to Republican. And I believe George Meany, I forget if he was the head of the Teamsters or AFL-CIO, endorsed Nixon. So there was some precedent.
You know who stays up at night? Vampires.
And
you're right. I'm also getting very
90s,
distracted,
Bill
it
Clinton
seems.
won back Labor. Labor was big in Bill Clinton's corner. Anyone who remembers sort of the anti-impeachment rallies, remember these big beefy union guys coming with their pre-made signs. So Labor kind of came back to the Democratic fold. But while the leadership of Labor did, ordinary working class voters, many of whom were no longer in unions, actually, because unions have been getting progressively weaker for many decades as we no longer have an industrial economy, which is sort of what unions were for. So there's some suggestion that Sean O'Brien might be sort of following his base rather than leading them.
I love being
As
here.
These voters are just more pro-Trump. They just have
All
more
right.
conservative views on
I think
all
we are
kinds of
dropping
social
off,
issues, immigration,
both
gender,
in viewers
race.
and my ability to
it
actually
makes
stay
sense for
awake.
their leaders to
But
say,
at least I don't need to take
I
a
want
nap
you to,
in order to be
I'm gonna
effective
stick with
late
you
at
and
night.
where your political priorities are.
Now, as we talk about the history
let me
that's
just
happened
crush.
within the last week,
Let me
we'd be
just
remiss
finish
not to talk
destroying
about
Yellow
the
here.
assassination attempt on former
I feel like
President
that's
Trump.
what I really want to
And
do.
David, I want to ask you a somewhat
haven't
broad
been
question. How
beaten yet.
do assassination attempts affect presidential campaigns and voting outcomes? What do we know
why
about
aren't
this?
they giving up?
Well, we really can't generalize because, they've been so rare on the campaign trail. Back in 1972, you did have George Wallace being shot. That was a very big deal. But, he was a third-party candidate, and he wasn't really destined to be a major player in the race. Then you go back to 1912 and Theodore Roosevelt. That was a rather amazing story where Roosevelt took the bullet and then continued to read and finish his speech before going off to the hospital. That was also an odd three-way race where Roosevelt, having tried to... Roosevelt had served as president for 7 years and was trying to come back as the Republican nominee, lost to the incumbent William Howard Taft. So you had a three-way race. Woodrow Wilson, the Democrat, ends up winning. I'm not sure that either of those assassination attempts had any discernible effect on the outcome. They're big news stories. And honestly, I'm skeptical that this will have a discernible effect on the outcome. In the moment, it gives Trump a boost, of course. There's a surge of sympathy for him, especially at a time when Biden is contemplating leaving the race, when the Democrats seem to be weak and in disarray. The Republicans are unifying behind Trump. But that happening in July is not likely to make much of a difference come November.
That's interesting because it felt a little bit
not
like in the
accurate,
immediate
though.
aftermath there was this public
the fact
consensus
that
of
Biden,
this is really going to
this
help
was a couple.
candidate
This
Trump.
must have
But
been a couple days ago. This was 7 hours ago. No, Biden is well on his way to dropping out of the race. To be perfectly clear. Bam. All right, so I think we've got... Whoa. But every time I researched something, I got two. Well, then let's just ship everybody down. Oh. There's the Priesty boys. Not the Southern Jarls. Obama is now encouraging him to drop out, so you know it's coming. Yeah, Obama's basically in charge of the party. Sorry, I know there's no sound happening right now, so I'm just gonna put all my dudes out here, destroy this, save, address everybody, and then we're gonna go to bed because it'd be late. All right. Get everybody nice and in order here. Perfect. Save. Sure do. Okay. That was a stream. The RNC convention was filled with the same dystopian nightmare that we're used to seeing in the Republican Party, but exponentially worse. Trump is the official nominee of the Republican Party, which there was no doubts or questions there. The rhetoric is obviously, on the one hand, saying we're going to make everything better, even though all of our policies contributed to the way things are currently. And fun fact, if you replace all of the words that were spoken at that convention with German, you would get the Nazi Party saying the same exact stuff. Blut und Boden. That was their rallying cry. Blood and earth, blood and soil. And that was the idea of the working class being the life's blood of the country. The working man. And then they were vilifying the Jews as taking away jobs and opportunities. And in this case, it's the Democrats or illegals or what have you. Yeah, this stream was basically a full-time job this week. It absolutely was. These 7-hour streams are pretty rough. Says the lady who refused to drop out twice. What, Hillary Clinton? What did we miss? Even Hillary Clinton said, oh wow, that's funny. But yeah, so, long story short, the Republican National Committee is finally over. We are probably not going to do 7-hour streams in the future. We might stream until 8, though. We might play the game and just finish a whole mission or whatever. It seems like these ones take forever, though, so there's a good chance that that'll happen. But yeah, chill and laid back tomorrow. Maybe we'll just play video games. Or something. I don't know. But all that to say, we got, I think, really good information about the presidential orders. The executive orders, I mean. We got a lot of good information about that. I think that's something we can also engage in as a stream, is creating them and then putting those on the website. as day one solutions to many, many problems. And I think that the fact that there are broad authorities and interpretations of those authorities based on the circumstances of the events of the times. So I think we can draft as much or as little as we need and as we want, and see what hits the, throw the mud at the wall and see what sticks. Other than that, thank you for bearing with me. I know that was pretty rough, and then of course the game itself was pretty dry with Ragnar. That just did not want to end. But we are gaming and politicking, and we accomplished both today. So tomorrow, I had to be zooted through that. Yeah, I can believe it. So tomorrow we will pick up where we left off. I think we've covered all the Project 2025 training material that's worth watching. I'll continue completing it on my own to get the certificates and try to actually infiltrate, but that'll be on my time. So tomorrow's probably going to be very chill, probably just Age of Empires. We might even do some like actual team games or PvP type stuff. Or maybe we'll just complete scenarios. We'll see. But on that note, take care, good night, thank you for joining us, and see you tomorrow.